victimized by our own government. One man whom they fear, yet who millions love. One man who is willing to take the poison arrows of lawfare. One man whose voice has been taken away by a corrupt judge operating in a corrupt system. One man who has been ridiculed and insulted. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who stands between us and them. One man that wants to see America protected again. One man who wants to see America prosper again. One man who understands that a man is a man and a woman is a woman. One man who understands and protects the blessing of life. One man who wants to restore American exceptionalism. One man who once again wants to make America that shining city on a hill for all to see. A place where all the people of the world glowingly set their eyes upon. America. One man who unashamedly wants to make America great again. That one man is Donald Trump.
This is Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States and First Lady Melania Trump, accompanied by the Easter Bunny. Master Gunnery Sergeant Kevin Benier, accompanied by the President's own United States Marine Band, will now honor America with the singing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets spread glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Well, thank you very much, everybody, and a very happy Easter to everyone. It was a beautiful day yesterday, and it's a beautiful day today. We don't have to worry about sunburn, but looks like it's not going to be raining. It's going to be really something special. 40,000, 42,000 people are expected all throughout the day, and it's an honor to have you. I just signed an executive order putting the flags of our country, all of them, all federal flags and state flags, at half-mast in honor of Pope Francis. So he was a good man, worked hard. He loved the world, and it's an honor to do that. I want to thank everybody for being here. This is some band. I've heard this band actually indirectly for 4 years and very directly now for 4.5. And I like the direct method even better. But the Marine Corps band is very, very special. Thank you very much. What a great job. Thank you. Thank you. I also want to thank the National Park Service, the job they do and making everything so beautiful and spiffy. And I'm very difficult when it comes to that. I will tell you, very, very difficult. That I say they have done an incredible job. You just have to look around and see. And I just want to give a special thank you to our great First Lady who organized this entire event. She worked very, very hard on it. She worked very hard. I said, what are you doing? She said, I'm working on the egg roll. I said, that sounds like a lot of fun. And we're going to have a lot of fun in just a couple of minutes. But again, our country is doing very well. We had the highest number of recruits, enlistments that we've had in, I think, 28 or 29 years, and I'm sure we're going to actually beat that number. It's all happened. Since November 5th, it's all happened. Enrollment in the military is at a record, and enrollment in the police force, fire forces, and all of the different law enforcement groups. We're setting records, and 6 months ago, we couldn't get anybody. And now we're setting records. That's sort of testament to what's happening in terms of the spirit of our country. We love our country, and it's been something very, very special. And speaking of special, Easter is special, and it's one of our favorite days. It's one of our favorite periods of time. We're honoring Jesus Christ, and we're going to honor Jesus Christ very powerfully throughout our lives, all throughout our lives, not just now, all throughout our lives. We're bringing religion back in America. We're bringing a lot of things back, but religion is coming back to America. That's why you see the kind of numbers that you're seeing, the spirit and the kind of numbers that you're seeing. So we're going to come down and join you right now. But I just want to wish everybody once again, happy Easter, and enjoy your lives. We're going to have a great 4 years. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
So that's a great way to kick off a new week. The president celebrating Easter with a Easter bunny that doesn't have to tell him where to stand. That's a big step up. In addition, that Easter bunny probably had quite a high security clearance. So wonder who was the Easter bunny this year. That'd be a great lottery question. Welcome, everybody. Hope you guys had a fantastic Easter. Robin and I had an amazing Easter. It was fantastic to take the day off yesterday. I don't even know what it's like to sometimes just take a complete day off and just enjoy the weather. And I wanted to play that. I wasn't able to play it live, and I'm glad, because I had to do some other stuff. But there was something he said in that little, about 5-minute speech that he made. 5 minutes. And I'm not sure if you heard it. It's something I have been saying, and I know I closed Saturday's show with saying that. And with all of the insanity that's going on, President Trump specifically said what you should be commanded to do right now. I'm going to play it again in case you didn't hear it, in case it went by real fast. He gave you something you should be doing. Now, I'm not sure if all you guys picked up on it. Before I play it again, let me just say this as well. For those of you who are practicing Catholics, heart goes out to you. The Pope has passed. Hopefully they will now come together and vote a new Pope in. We'll see the smoke and know that we've got another one coming in. My hope is that this time, with a man who has so much influence over 1 billion people, that it's someone who basically has Christ's teachings at heart and will lead the church in that way. That's all I'm going to say about the Pope. And this is from a former Catholic, now turned, I guess you could say, conservative Christian, Protestant Christian. But nonetheless, I understand that the Pope is important to 1.2 billion Catholics on this earth. All right, so I've given you a moment to think about what President Trump, Info Blue, yes, you guys are seeing it right back now. You guys are saying it. Somebody's like, run it back. Matthew Sample said exactly that. Let me go ahead and play that back again, because I thought that was extreme. I don't know, maybe the president's watching my videos. But listen to what he says right here.
But I just want to wish everybody once again, happy Easter, and enjoy your lives. We're going to have a great 4 years. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
It struck me. I was like, I got goosebumpies. I got goosebumps when he said that. Enjoy your lives. I actually posted that over the weekend. I said it in the show. I posted it over the weekend. And I'm like, the only people who are miserable right now are Democrats and the media. That's it. If you unplug from the media, if you don't listen to what they say on the news, you wouldn't know that things were supposedly bad. In fact, President Trump's approval rating is up even higher. Everything, and I almost mean everything that comes out of their mouths, except for the fact that the Pope passed on, is a lie. It's a complete, utter lie. And this weekend, we were out, probably like you go to church. We went, and went to brunch, drove around, and everywhere we went, people were happy, and it was packed. Many people, I mean many people were on X going, I've never seen my church look like this. It was overflowing. People are returning. They understand. And I'm not just talking about, the CEO types, Christmas, Easter only, but just in general, people are going back to church. They're looking for substance. They want to be fed. They understand that over here, I should do to the left, over here is nothing but misery. Over here is nothing but sadness, despair. And the president just said, man, get up there and enjoy life. Prices are down. I could go through the litany of things, gases, food. Things are good. I don't need to convince anybody. I've always said, be a focus group of 1 or 2 if you're married. And just go out and look around and go, people seem to be happy. People seem to, feel safe. People seem to feel like, depending on where you live, people seem to feel like things are going just as planned. There was another post I had put up because somebody was once again saying Pam Bondi, Dan Bongino, Kash Patel, you got to do something. And so there was a poll. Do you think Pam Bondi and these guys are doing well or doing that? And I'm like, why ask? There's people who don't think they're doing enough, and there's people who think she's doing great. And it doesn't matter, because the people who think she's doing great, they're already there. The people who think that she's doing bad, they're not really going to change. And the other people, there's a third group, are like, give her time. And that definition of time doesn't matter. If it takes 2 years, they'll say, oh, see, told you. So stop worrying. Because I think someone once said worrying is a sin. I think it's in a book that you guys read. Why worry? Life is good. The President of the United States, first time I've heard him actually say that. I wonder what compelled him. Maybe looking out over thousands of people happy and doing an Easter egg hunt, and there's not people in Transformers and stuff holding their boobs while kids are around. Families. It's amazing. After we went to brunch, we drove to the beach, a different beach overlooking the ocean. The water was rough. People were surfing. People were all over the beach, even though it was very windy. And we have a seaweed issue going on right now with a lot of seaweed coming in because of the wind. Packed. Absolutely packed. Kids, adults, black, white, Hispanic, all hanging out at the beach, having a great time. There was one guy playing what do you call those things? A ukulele. And they were singing. Enjoy your life. Don't let anyone, anywhere, take away that joy. Especially on Easter weekend. That's when you should be the most joyous. He is risen. How could you possibly despair on Easter Sunday? Well, there is one way you could despair on Easter Sunday. That's when you don't have any belief system other than hate Donald Trump and hate America. And that segues me right into our next section, which I said personally I wasn't going to talk about the Maryland man anymore. So I'm not going to talk about him. But we got to talk about what in the heck is happening with the Democrat Party. Doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I mean, these people are bat poop crazy. And I think I know why. I've got a guest coming on at 12:30, Nick Adams, author of a great book. But I think I know why we're seeing the Democrat Party self-destruct like this. Not sure if you know, well, of course, you know the Pope passed, but there was a similar passing. Klaus Schwab, the director, president, grand poobah of the WEF, World Economic Forum. He resigned effective immediately. That is huge. So in less than 24 hours, two big staples of the globalist movement, Pope Francis and Klaus Schwab, have left us in different terms, but they both left. It's falling apart as they breathe. I'm talking about for the rest of the globalists, and that's why they're attacking Pete Hegseth. It's all falling apart. They've got no money flowing to them. The only thing right now is the judges, which who knows what the heck they're doing. And Ashley had said something to me where I was talking to her. She's like, I think this whole thing with them going to El Salvador and what they're doing is a distraction to make people not look at USAID. And I went, I don't think so, honey. I think at this point you're seeing the last vestiges of a dying animal with no leadership, not knowing what to do. And, I think the last vestiges will be what happens after. See, if the Supreme Court, as I suspect, and today, maybe tomorrow, maybe Wednesday, but by the end of the week, I suspect the Supreme Court's going to stop all this crap. I think it's coming. I think you're going to vacate the order and tell Trump, move him out. Not that he's stopping, which then may turn to burn it down. They may just go absolutely crazy. But I think the core issue with this that's causing all of this is globalism. I think they see their idea, their grand plan is going up in smoke. And I always equate globalism with, Marxism and communism, all the other isms. And so in that regard, when you look at what these people are doing, and you look at the ideology that stands behind what they're doing, it's not hard to see that there's a parallel. I believe that some of these people are communist. Barry, why do you think that? Well, I went this weekend and I started looking around at different profiles. And I was looking to see who said Happy Easter. Well, guess who didn't say Happy Easter? First and foremost, the people who own this platform. Nope, they put up all kinds of things about Ramadan and this and that. No mention of Easter. AOC, as of this morning, no mention of Easter. Bernie Sanders, as of this morning, no mention of Easter. It's kind of telling, isn't it? Doesn't it kind of make you think, wait a second. It's the holiest day of the year for 1 billion plus Catholics and Christians. Billions of people. You don't say anything? Why is that? Who do you serve? Who is it that you feel like you have to answer to? Because obviously it's not who we answer to. Obviously it's not the judgment that we are concerned with. You obviously answer to some other being, some other ideology. And that's pretty much a tenet of communism and Marxism. So watching what happened with the Pope, which incidentally was kind of weird because J.D. Vance, I guess, was one of his last meetings, and then watching Klaus Schwab go, I'm out. I'm done. It's got to make you wonder. It really has to make you wonder. And then I saw this. And then this will probably absolutely cement the evilness of where these people are with this MS-13 stuff. I'm pretty sure when you see this, you're going to go, if you do that, you pray, whatever, shake some incense. But this happened in a church. A church where people are supposed to pray to Christ. This happened. Wait till you see this.
In a spirit of solidarity, more than 50 justice-seeking congregations around the country have been lighting a candle of peace, hope, and justice. This candle represents Christ's light shining even in the midst of barbed wire policies that wrap tighter each day. This morning, we light the candle of peace, hope, and justice for all who are being labeled alien enemies and deported, shackled by fear that they will be next, or waiting for news that their loved one is okay. We continue to pray for Kilmore Abrego Garcia, whom the Supreme Court has ordered must be returned home after our government unlawfully kidnapped him to El Salvador. We lift up Arturo Suarez Trejo, who was denied the chance to meet his newborn daughter and instead sent from Texas Detention Center to El Salvador. And we remember the 236 other men living in cage-like conditions in the terrorism confinement center, despite only 32 of them having been convicted of any serious crimes. Scripture tells us that on Good Friday, Jesus promised a thief hanging beside him that they would be together in paradise. Now, while we don't expect paradise from our government, we do expect due process. While we do not need our leaders to emulate the grace of Jesus, we yearn for any official who wears a cross to speak words that mirror Jesus' mercy and compassion instead of Pontius Pilate's fear and contentment. Jesus declared, "The truth will set you free." So God, make every government official tell the truth. That these detention centers have more in common with concentration camps than with prisons. Because a prison, by definition, operates within a judicial system. A person is arrested, charged, and tried, and if found guilty, sentenced. A concentration camp, on the other hand, functions outside the law. People are detained without a trial, without conviction, held indefinitely, not for what they've done, but for who they are, for their religion, their ethnicity, their politics, or their identity as part of a group deemed a threat. And so we pray not only for justice, but for truth.
Bro, I pray for you. You're up in a pulpit. You're up in a pulpit and you are quoting scripture and you are saying the truth shall set you free while simultaneously telling lies. They said that was an Episcopalian church, but a church nonetheless. And I can't even imagine how he was speaking to anyone in the audience, anyone in the congregation. I'd have been like, out, bro. Let's go, Robin. We're done. We are done here. When you can't trust your pastor to tell the truth, a minister, a reverend, if you can't trust them, you know we're in trouble. So in terms of like President Trump said, live your life. Well, one of those ways is don't be around people who tell you from a pulpit outright lies like that without blinking. See, he's got this position of authority in his congregation. He used that congregation as pawns to try and push off some political agenda on them. Shame on him. I don't use the words GD, but if there was ever time to use that word GD, it would have been on him. How dare you, during Easter celebration, to stand up in front of people who supposedly look up to you and lie and wrap your arms around what you just wrapped your arms around. So there's no doubt he believes the other stuff. I guess you could hear in his voice he was kind of light in the shoes. Not that that's anything wrong with it. But if he believes that what he just spoke, and he's willing to spout lies, how can you believe him about anything else? How can you ever go to a church and be led by a pastor who's willing to promote falsehoods? What kind of stain does that leave on Christianity? Because that's the kind of stuff people go, see, that they know he knows he's doing it the right way. It's almost blasphemous. He said it in Christ's name. That's how you know this country is in a really, really bad situation. And I don't see the people on the left coming out of this in all walks of life, in business, in media, in politics, and even from the pulpit. Some of these people are never coming back. You, in order to enjoy your life, need to make sure that you're not around these kind of people. Even if it means you got to find another church. Even if it means you got to find another school for your kids. You can't allow this thing to prosper. You know the old saying, garbage in, garbage out. He's sitting there spewing garbage. He might as well be vomiting over the congregation. And I know for a fact, because we've done it. We've been in churches, well, yeah, this is pretty good. Okay, let's keep going. And like, okay, we're done. We're out. When all that, jabba-dammic happened, and then people started talking about Transformers, and you start spewing the stuff about, okay, I don't know who you're being led by, but you kind of, you turned a corner there, and we ain't here. We're out. Yep, keep the money we gave you. We're done. And that would have been one of those moments in that church, and that should be one of those moments around people you know. When they're willing to get into your head and participate in a massive psyop like you're seeing right now. Massive psyop. A psyop of epic proportions. It's nuts. And one of the things, I'm going to ask Nick when he comes on, because it's a question I've been asking people, and I asked Robin this yesterday at brunch, and we've all seen people in our family, we've seen friends, we've seen coworkers just go off the deep end. And sometimes it makes you question yourself because you think, am I the crazy one? And then you're like, no, my feet are grounded. I know, we're good. We're living our life. We're not letting all this stuff get into us. So the question is that I want to ask Nick, you'll hear me ask him, and I'm asking a lot of people, and I ask Robin, is how did this happen? Why are people so susceptible to this evil messaging, including, as you just saw, some Christians? What has happened? And there was a meme that went around a couple of years ago. I don't know if you guys ever saw it. I wish I had downloaded it. And someone was doing it. The interview, it showed a news person talking to some people, some Amish people. And the meme was, so tell me how you guys avoided The C thing. The C virus. How did you guys avoid it for the most part in your population? And the answer, the thing on the bottom was, we don't watch television. And it's so true. If there's this disease out there and it's not being transferred by air or breathing on somebody, the disease right now is being transferred from person to person by television. That is the biggest infectious virus-giving thing out there. That and social media, but people are consuming it and like, hey, there's this priest or this Episcopalian minister we just saw, and even he said it was wrong. We shouldn't be deporting these people. They belong here. Run. Change the channel. You know, I watch very, very few live things at this point. Sometimes I have to watch news because this is what I do. But for the most part, I've picked the shows I want to see. I know which sporting events are on that I want to see. And I just go into our DVR and go, okay, what time does Jesse Waters on? Is there a Notre Dame football game on? Is the Miami Dolphins playing? Let's see, what else can I find? A UConn girls basketball team. FBI International, FBI Most Wanted, the original FBI, which they canceled some of them. I don't need to see all this other stuff. I don't want to know it. So I guess what I'm saying to you guys, what do you want to know? What are you going to allow to get into your head? Because these people are leading you down a path of absolute devastation. And we've seen friends and family members and coworkers just, you know, the truth is supposed to set you free, but if you don't hear the truth, you're not going to be set free. If you're not hearing truth, if you're not accepting truth, you're done. And that's what we're seeing with people. Just be careful out there because, like President Trump just said, live your life. You know what you like. You know what you see. You're a focus group of 1 or 2 people. And if it just means you, your wife, your immediate family are having fun, living life, praising, doing all kinds of things, then just do that. Don't worry about all this other crap. It is going to be there. One of my favorite passages, if I was going to get a little biblical on you, is Matthew 6:25-34. And in that passage, it actually says, why worry? Why worry? And I remember reading that for the very first time, and I'm like, it's stuck in my head. Stuck in my head. I'm like, yeah, that's it. Live that. Live that. All the other stuff, hey, is YouTube going to do this? Is this going to happen? Am I going to get shut off? Is there going to be a power surge and things are going to go, all the things that could possibly happen, I've already been told, don't worry about that. You ain't got nothing to do with that. Don't listen to these people who are worried about, you know, all this other stuff about MS-13. Live your life. Enjoy your life. Love your family. Enjoy your family. Have fun with them. Get out there. Go to dinner. Go to movies. I'm enjoying life so much, I'm getting ready to start a new business. And I told Robin yesterday, and I told Ashley this morning, and I told JJ yesterday. I'm doing my research right now, but I want to begin promoting Catholic Christian concerts. And part of what I want to do is like, hey, you know what? I've seen what I can do. Now let's do it bigger. Let's promote Christian concerts and get people to, you know, come and listen to some of the bands they hear on Sirius or on the radio or on YouTube. But can you want to come see them? There's a lot of Christian concerts out there, but I got an angle I want to take with it. So I'll tell you more about that as I research it. But I'm going to take a break. I see Nick is in the room here, so let me take a break and get ready to talk to Nick Adams real quickly here so I can check his volume. I'll be right back.
Welcome back to Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
All right, so I want to welcome Nick Adams to the show. Anybody who's willing to put this in his bio is someone I need to talk to. Here's his profile on X, Nick Adams in USA. His profile goes on to say, alpha male, best-selling author endorsed by President Trump, founder and CEO of Flag USA 1776, legal immigrant, Trump appointee, and he's written a book called From Mar-a-Lago to Mars, President Trump's Great American Comeback. Nick, I welcome you to the show. Thank you very much. We could have like a whole show just based upon your bio. It's kind of crazy. How you doing, man?
Barry, I'm very well, thank you. It's a joy to join you and all of your viewers and listeners.
Thank you. So tell me, before I get to everything, you're endorsed by President Trump. You're a legal immigrant because I can hear your voice. You sound British, and you're a Trump appointee. Tell us about that.
Well, Barry, actually, I was born and raised in Australia, and I like to joke that I was an American trapped inside an Australian body for the first 32 years of my life. I couldn't wait to come here to the United States, to the land of opportunity, to the place where you can colour outside of the lines, where you can succeed and not get punished for succeeding, where risk-taking is rewarded. And so I came over as a fairly young man, and every dream that I've ever had has materialised here in the United States. I came over on a speaking tour in 2009 at just the age of 24. And things really kind of took off from me there. I became a regular on national television in all of the New York City studios, got a book deal, and I supported President Trump from day one, Barry, the 16th of June, 2015. And it took me 4.5 years to get my green card. I got the Extraordinary Ability Green Card, otherwise known as the Einstein Visa. And I immigrated here in July of 2016. I became a naturalized American citizen in 2021. But President Trump endorsed 3 of my books in his first 4 years in the White House, leading many in the media to refer to me as the president's favorite author. So it wasn't quite my creation. And then since that time, he's also written a foreword to my most recent book as well. So it's fair to say that I have enjoyed incredible support from the president, and in many ways, he became the most powerful man on earth, Barry, became my greatest publicist. So I'm very blessed.
That's extremely impressive. So how did you connect with President Trump, I guess back with your first book?
Well, that's a great question, and I detail all of this in my new book, From Mar-a-Lago to Mars, President Trump's Great American Comeback. So I first came across President Trump at the age of 13, when a friend of mine gave me The Art of the Deal. Mm-hmm. And I read that book and I was absolutely hooked. Now, fast forward to 2015, I had somewhat of a personal relationship with about half a dozen of the candidates that were running to be the Republican nominee for president at that time. Governor Perry had appointed me an honorary Texan. I was a regular on Governor Mike Huckabee's then weekly national radio show. I knew Ted Cruz well because Texas was my base, and when he was running for US Senate, it's kind of when I was getting my start as well. So I had these connections. Dr. Ben Carson had blurred my book. But I'd actually never met President Trump. I had no interactions or dealings with him at all. But something told me innately, Barry, that he was the man, the only person that could fix America's problems. And I supported him immediately. And I'm so glad because I took a chance, but it was the best decision I ever made because President Trump, I mean, if you think about American history, we've been so blessed. We had General Washington at the start of our nation, at the birth of our country. Then we had President Lincoln at the rebirth of our nation. And now we've got President Trump at the rejuvenation of our country.
Well put. Well said. I love how you said that, because with everything that's going on. So, with everything that's happening right now, I'd love to get your opinion. I was just telling everybody that we're seeing these people absolutely go off the deep end in terms of this MS-13 stuff. And what I've been having a question with myself and some other people is, why are they so freaked out? What is it that's driving them to do the most insane things, fly all the way over to El Salvador on behalf of an MS-13 gang member? What's your opinion? What have you heard? Why is it even happening?
Well, look, the Democrat Party today are completely and totally lost, Barry. President Trump dealt them such a significant blow last year that they really have absolutely no idea. They can't identify their elbow from their backside at the moment. And they have decided to team up with not the American people, not the people that very clearly sent them a message last November that they didn't like the way that they were behaving, but they've decided to go and team up with the worst elements, people that pose a real and significant threat to everyday, regular, ordinary Americans. And I think it's a sign of where the Democrats are at. I think it symbolizes their complete lack of moral clarity, their total unpreparedness to be able to lead or have any kind of leadership position whatsoever. And it's a very sad day for Americans when you have one of the two major parties in the country that don't care about the American people, that are so deranged through their hatred of one man, of Donald Trump. And that's really where it comes down to, Barry. When your hatred of one man is more than your love of country, that is a real problem. And that right there is at the epicenter of all of the woes of the Democrat Party in 2025 in April.
You've been writing books. You've obviously been in contact with President Trump. You read Art of the Deal. You know his past. He was involved in entertainment, sports. He was a big part of the Democrat machine at one point in his life. How did we get here? How did just the mere fact that this guy decided to run for president, did everybody run away from him like he was kryptonite? It doesn't make any sense to me. It never has, except for possibly the threat that he posed to everything that they have built for decades.
Well, look, when President Trump first uttered his famous phrase, "Make America Great Again," he was actually doing, Barry, the opposite of what most politicians do. He was being honest with us. He saw that we were losing that which made us great. And by leaving his business empire behind, by leaving his career as a beloved entertainer behind, by leaving a good and happy life behind, he decided to take it upon himself to push back against the decline that many felt was inevitable. And in doing so, he didn't just take it upon himself to restore America's national greatness, Barry, but to make America greater than it had ever been before. And in order to be able to do that, you need to be prepared to buck the trend. You need to be prepared to employ unorthodox strategies in order to achieve that goal. And the Uniparty, the globalist agenda, they had worked out this beautiful little arrangement that was never going to be affected no matter who was elected, and everybody was really, really happy about it. And then President Trump came along, Donald Trump came along, and he took a sledgehammer to everything. Because he wasn't in there to win friends, Barry. He was in there to help the country, to fix the country. Donald Trump is the greatest patriot you can possibly imagine. What this man has endured, and this is the point, that this is the whole thing that my book is about, From Mar-a-Lago to Mars. No one has gone through as much adversity as Donald Trump. And yet, despite all of it, despite the incredible adversity, the unbelievable odds, he has never, ever wavered from fighting for the American people, the everyday people that have been ignored and abandoned by America's political elite.
What do you think, if you think, what do you think he knows about them that they are scared will come out?
Well, I think he knows everything. He certainly knows how deep the swamp is. He certainly knows how they operate. He certainly knows all of the awful deals and stuff that have transpired under their leadership. So he's a man that is now there in Washington for his second term, and he's looking at everything and he's saying to himself, I need to get this fixed, and I've only really got another 4 years, and I need to be as aggressive as possible with this. And so I think that he's out to leave a legacy. I was with him in the Oval Office on the 14th of March on Friday afternoon for a one-on-one, and I can tell you he looked better than he's ever looked. The first thing I said to him, I said, Mr. President, you look at home. And he said, I feel great. And there is a slight change to him. There is a serenity that he has to him now. But it's interesting because it's a serenity that is juxtaposed with a fierce kind of aggression in terms of wanting to get things done quickly. And I think that the two combining are such a potent and great force. It's like waking up every morning and it's Christmas, Barry, since the 20th of January.
Good point. Even today, we had the Easter Bunny there. So here's a question for you. You are technically, I could say, you're in the media, you're writing books. What the heck is wrong with the media? How did the media... I asked you how the politicians, how we got here. How did the media get to a position where they can't even seemingly report truth anymore? Who is their master, and what has happened to the media?
Well, Barry, it's a lot of things. Obviously, most people in the media go through college and journalism schools across the country have been woke, politically correct, outward leftist for a long, long time. And these kind of universities really are kind of production lines where everybody turns out the exact same as the person before and the person after them. And so you have generations now of so-called journalists that are infected with the woke mind virus. And the only vaccine to that woke mind virus is American exceptionalism. But they don't believe in American exceptionalism, so it's very difficult to do that. Then on top of that, it's just, they feel that someone like Donald Trump is the antithesis of who they are, and they're threatened by his confidence, they're threatened by his competence, they're threatened by his boldness. You're not supposed to be this bold. You're not supposed to have this testicular fortitude. You're supposed to play nice. You're supposed to, and he breaks every single rule, as I point out in From Mar-a-Lago to Mars, my new book. And that's what they hate the most about him, because they can't control him. And even after almost 10 years now of him being in politics, in the public eye, the left's playbook has still not caught up with how to be able to deal with it.
When you bring up the, quote, woke mind virus, and it's something that Elon Musk has talked about, the woke mind virus, and here's the guy, the richest man in the world, and he couldn't stop it from attacking his own household with his son changing. I'll just leave it at that. This woke mind virus, just like any other virus, had to come from some incubation, and then from there it had to foster and find hosts and grow. Why is it that we're just hearing about the so-called woke mind virus now, and why did nobody, until seemingly Trump, do anything to try and eradicate it, including Republicans?
Yes, there's some great questions there. Look, I think this is what makes President Trump stand out. I never thought, Barry, that there would be a president that would eclipse in my lifetime Ronald Reagan. I mean, I loved Ronald Reagan. I still love Ronald Reagan. But I actually believe that President Trump is a better president than Ronald Reagan. And the chief reason for that is that President Trump really took on the culture wars, whereas Ronald Reagan didn't. And because President Trump has been able to do that, his willingness to take all of that on, a lot has changed. So I think that's part of it. I think that we have been talking about wokeism for a long time, but it's had different labels. But you're right, the first person to really shine a torch on the cockroaches of wokeness was President Trump.
Wow.
And and look, and I've always believed, Barry, that if you can't make someone see the light, you make them feel the heat. And that's exactly what President Trump has been doing.
So as we look at the different moves and executive orders that he's been doing, and they just seem to be coming in rapid fire. And now with him, he even posted this morning again that on True Social, he's trying to get the Federal Reserve. Jerome Powell won't lower the interest rates. How long do you think Jerome Powell can sit back when he's seeing all this stuff happen and not lower these interest rates? What would be the catalyst in your mind to get him to lower those interest rates?
Well, look, Donald Trump holds all the cards here. It's something that he said to Vladimir Zelensky, and it's something, quite frankly, that he could easily say to Jerome Powell as well. It's true. I mean, if Donald Trump wants him gone, he's gone.
Yeah.
And ultimately, I don't know what Jerome Powell is doing. He's currently running interference, I think, to the president's great agenda. And he needs to either get on board or get out of the way. It's pretty simple. And I think President Trump will force that to happen if it doesn't happen organically.
And then let me put it this way, when that happens, does that begin to seriously usher in the golden age he's been talking about?
I think it certainly expedites it, Barry, absolutely, without question. I think once we have these last remaining impediments removed, then the golden age will be felt by everybody. Right now, we can kind of feel that we're in the age, but there's a lot of people still hurting, and we're still kind of in that transitory phase. But once these last remaining impediments are removed, I tell you what, Barry, it's going to be a great day.
Yeah, I feel so too. So this may be too new for you to have formed an opinion, but in the last 24 hours, I mentioned earlier, Pope Francis has died, and essentially the WF has died, with Klaus Schwab effective immediately resigning. What does that tell? I mean, obviously somebody dying, but what does that tell you that Klaus Schwab has decided to wash his hands and walk away?
Look, that's really not something that I know all that much about. I did see the news about the Pope. I haven't seen the news about Klaus Schwab. But look, it'll be interesting to see how everything plays out. I don't know that the two are related. But
No, not related, no. But let me rephrase my question. If the WEF can't have its fangs in America much longer, what does that mean?
Well, we don't want anyone's fangs in America, Barry. We want to put Americans first. We want Americans not to be ripped off. We want Americans to succeed, to thrive, to prosper. That's what President Trump's about. And as much as we can keep the fangs away from America, the better.
I completely believe that. But I just found it odd. No, I'm not saying that the death was related, but it was just very interesting to me how he stepped away. And I just wonder if the globalists are starting to see, oh boy, we have a problem. So that could be. So last question I want to ask you, and because you've dug in, you've heard Howard Lutnick talk about taxes and how the tariffs can affect taxes. Do you think President Trump's going to be able to get the no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime? Is he going to be able to get those things done?
I have great optimism that it will happen, Barry. I know that, and I know this personally, that President Trump loves to deliver on what he promises. And promises delivered was one of the catchphrases last time. And so I'm very confident that he's going to get it done, because President Trump is just that kind of person. There is no one as persistent. There is no one as determined. There is no one as resolute. There is no one that will blink. No, I mean, President Trump doesn't blink.
Yeah.
And so, you know, anyone that's waiting for him to blink on any of these things is going to be waiting forever. So I think that these things will get done. We will see no tax on tips. We will see these promises delivered, because President Trump is going to want to really make sure that all of those things happen.
And it's possible we could hear about Japan sometime this week. That would be absolutely huge if we could hear about Japan, because something tells me, with what I've been seeing with Scott Bessent and Howard Lutnick, that Japan falling in line might be the first big one that we see cut a deal. I said last question before. Here's the real last question. What's going to happen with Zelensky and Putin if you had to take a gander at that?
I saw on Truth Social this morning the president suggesting that there would be a deal reached, possibly this week, by Russia and Ukraine, and that both would start to make lots of money. So I'm sanguine about the prospect of that as well, Barry. I think that there's no better negotiator than Donald Trump, and if it doesn't happen, then it could never have happened, because we've certainly got the right people dealing with it.
Well, Nick, I want to thank you for stopping by and taking this amount of time. I know it's more than what they normally do on television, but it gives some insight from someone who's actually spoken and worked with President Trump. So I greatly appreciate you coming on. The book is, again, let me just put it up here. From Mar-a-Lago. How'd you come up with that title, From Mar-a-Lago to Mars? Is that because of the Elon connection?
It's a cheeky reference to Elon, and of course, I mean, if we reach Mars, I mean, that is the ultimate conquest. That is the ultimate manifestation of American promise.
That would be awesome, and it won't be fake women astronauts going up for a quick amusement park ride. It'll actually be
it'll be the real deal.
The real deal. All right, Nick, thank you very much for coming on, and I'll have Ashley contact you. We'll bring you back on when you get the next book done. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, that was Nick Adams. Again, you can go ahead and let me pull up his profile here again for you. It is Nick Adams in USA, and take a look at it, see some of the stuff he tweets. Guy's got a big following, and he's all over. He's got some stuff about football even on his profile. So take a look. I'll be right back. With everything that's happening in the economy right now, it feels like we're all walking around on shaky ground. Prices are stuck at a really high level, and it seems like nothing is affordable anymore. It's no wonder many are relying on credit cards to cover the gaps. Credit card debt is skyrocketing, and it's leaving a lot of people stressed out. However, if you're a homeowner, you don't have to face this uncertainty alone. My friends at American Financing can help you take control. They can help you access the equity in your home to help you pay down that high-interest credit card debt, giving you peace of mind and real savings. On average, people just like you are saving $800 a month. Plus, they may be able to close your loan in as little as 10 days. don't let the chaos of the economy and everything that's in the media right now get the best of you. Call American Financing today. It costs you nothing to get started, and you might be able to delay 2 mortgage payments, giving you a cushion in this uncertain time. Call 888-976-5555. That's 888-976-5555. Or you can visit americanfinancing.net/Barry. I just want to say thank you to the fanfare community. And if you're new here, I'd like to take a moment and welcome you. If you watch my videos, you've probably realized at this point that this isn't your usual podcast. The difference is that every single day, I try to make this show an open conversation amongst friends. You see, I believe that speaking to friends, here and in your own circle offline, is the best way to push back against all the lies being told by the Democrats and the media. I encourage people in this community to welcome each other, and in doing so become a source of support for those seeking to unplug from the matrix. If you'd like to communicate on a deeper level, I invite you to subscribe to the channel, but if you'd really like to surround yourself with like-minded patriots, join our free and private X group by going to fanfareshop.org/group. When you join this free group, a few things will happen. 1, if you haven't used X before, you can use X without venturing into the sewer that it sometimes can be. 2, you can share content with friends that you meet here. 3, you will get notified every time I go live, so you can't count on YouTube notifications. And 4, and this might be most important, you get content that I can't share on YouTube or Rumble. So please take a moment and join our free and private X group. Just go to fanfareshop.org/group. Remember, it's members only. There are 16,000 plus people in that group right now, getting close to 17,000. To join our free and private members only X group, just go to fanfareshop.org/group. We'll see you there.
Welcome back to Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
All right, so I didn't have a chance yet to take many comments, so let me see where you guys are here. Hope everybody had a great Easter weekend. Hope you had one too. Thank you, Barry. I really enjoyed this guest, as I always enjoy your guests. Thank you. Thank you very much. Got another one coming up for you a little bit later. Late to the chat, he asked her a simple question. She seemed unhinged. Not sure what that is. Oh, you're talking about Nancy Mace. Yes, exactly. I got in. Oh, so just to let you know, coming up with the Nancy Mace thing, I'm checking out the stats here, and the question was, has Nancy Mace, was she right in defending herself? Yes, he deserved it, 38%. No, she should have walked away, 7%. And what happened? 55%. So it seems as though most of you haven't even seen what happened with Nancy Mace over the weekend. It was a bit of a dust-up, so I'm going to cover that in a little bit. But I want to finish up with what's going on with these idiots going to El Salvador and everything that they're continuing to do. Check this out.
But look, President Bukele, who's declared himself a dictator, and the other tyrants, dictators, autocrats of the world have to understand that the Trump administration is not going to last forever.
Notice he just called Bukele a dictator. The guy is one of the most beloved leaders in the world, and these idiots are again spewing half-truths, calling the guy a dictator.
We're going to restore strong democracy to America, and we will remember who stood up for democracy in America and who tried to drive us down towards dictatorship and autocracy. So I'm glad that Chris Van Hollen showed exactly where America is, and we're not afraid of any dictator anywhere.
And Jen Psaki just smiles at him. See, there's two things with what he said that concern me. One, he thinks he'll still be there, which is sad in and of itself that there's people in his district that will continue to elect people like Jamie Raskin. They will continue to let other people be almost communist or Marxist and let that be the ideology that governs their area. They don't care. They could care less. And he's openly threatening right now. Hey, listen, if you go against the family, we're going to come at you hard. But didn't you just say that about Trump? And why are you saying this? Why are you dying on this hill? Why is it so important for you and your other nuts to stand up for this guy? Now we're getting into Twilight Zone area. Now it's becoming a little bit nuts that they're all flying over there to go beg for the release of this guy. That's not going to happen. So, my supposition, my belief here at this point is any minute SV may hit me up or something with a text and say, oh, SCOTUS came out and they said this or that. And I think they're setting all of this up for an eruption. Because they use this term, the Americans, when every single poll shows this to be like an 80-20 issue. That this many people care about this MS-13 person. This many. So if you're letting this many people dictate your governance and how you're going to lead, then they are openly telling you that they are enemies of the state. I know some of you guys watched my interview with Patrick Byrne a couple days ago when he talked about his movie, The Enemy from Within. This is all starting to make a lot of sense at this point. That they're not here for us. Because there's no way as a politician you can be sticking your finger in the wind and saying, hey, I want to do what the American people want me to do. No, you're ignoring it. The media is allowing you to ignore it. And you're focusing on evil. I mean, even if this guy shouldn't be in El Salvador, why do you keep saying bring him home? Why do you keep... He's not going to come back here. All they're going to do is deport him to someplace else because they have a scheme. They know if he gets 2 feet on American soil, they're going to have some judge that says, let him out. What message are you saying at that point, Jamie? What message do you want Americans to take heed in if you're so intent on letting this guy not just come back to America? They want him to be free. And that's the thing people should understand. None of these people are like, okay, put him in an American jail. Oh, no. He's committed no crime. He's done nothing wrong. He's here. Or was here. That is the crime. No. See, to me, that's where they're going to try and establish a precedent. If you can't deport because being here isn't a crime, then nobody has to leave. And I don't think anyone's talking about that. That's the precedent they want to set. Bring him back. He's done nothing wrong. Well, he's here illegally. Oh, that's no longer a crime. You can't just send somebody out because they don't belong here. Follow along. Listen to what they're saying. Watch. Don't get angry and just turn off the news. There's a game plan here. And that game plan is to take over America. They don't care that it's a 20% issue. Their concern is these are the people we need in place to take America over. I'm not being hyperbolic. I'm not being dramatic. This is the message they're sending. Not one single one of these Democrat politicians wants to admit that it's a crime for him to be in the country. And if there's no crime for being in the country, then there's no basis for sending him to El Salvador. That's the bridge they're trying to tell you. Because now, if you have to, quote, bring him where? Home. But he's not from here. They don't address that. What do you mean home? Define home. Just because he was here illegally now means it's his home? Yes. That's exactly what they mean. And then they mean that for him. They mean that for all of them. You cannot deport somebody just because they came across the border illegally. That's what they're going for. And he is the poster boy to destroy anything deemed illegal immigration. If you can't deport, so just think about it. If you can't deport an MS-13 wife-beating gangster, if you can't deport him, well, the guy who slid across the border, who's working in a restaurant washing dishes right now, who hasn't done any other crime other than the crime that we are no longer going to recognize, then you can't get rid of him. And so if they can get this guy, this MS-13 gang member who beats on his wife, if they can get America to make him stay, we're done. You won't deport anybody. And you can see that the way these judges have been ruling. That one judge saying all the Venezuelans, you can't deport any of them. They are working towards an agenda, and I'm going to tell you the why right now. The agenda is that crossing the border illegally is not going to be a crime under Democrat governance. I want you to let that sink in. In order for them to get these people in, Biden and Kamala had to let the doors open and not enforce anything. Remember that, right? They let them all in, they didn't enforce anything. Now, what they're trying to enforce is, you can't kick them out. So you've seen many people on X say, so you're telling me that Biden can let them all in, but Trump can't let them get rid of them. Yes. Yes. Accept it. That's the plan. That's the answer to the question. There's no more ghosts, no more monsters in the closet except you. You thinking that these people shouldn't be here, you're wrong. That's what they're trying to prosper. Let the veil be lifted. They don't have the chutzpah to actually say it, but that's what they mean. Yeah, he let them all in. And many of you have, I've seen some of you guys post it. So you're telling me it's okay for President Biden to let them all in, but Trump can't kick them out. Yeah, that's exactly what they're telling you. That's exactly what they want. There's no bones about it. The veil is off, the secret's out. Nobody has to leave ever. You come here, sneak in, swim across the Rio Grande, however you need to get here. Once you're here, doesn't matter if you're MS-13, doesn't matter if you beat your wife, none of it. You can't leave. Now you know the answer. Now you know why they're going through hell and high water just to make sure that this one guy gets to stay. Because if he gets to stay, if he gets to come home, then no one's leaving. And that's what they want. And that's why I fear what may come next. Because if the Supreme Court doesn't allow President Trump to do what he needs to do, it's going to get crazy in their circles. It may get crazy where you live, it may get crazy where I live, but people are going to take care of business. And that's where things are going to get nuts. I mean nuts. There will be a reckoning, whether they like it or not. I think you know what I'm talking about. There will be. It's sad that they're going to put these people in this position, but it's coming. And that's kind of where I'm going to go when I start talking about Nancy Mace. But listen to this.
Could that be a Logan Act violation? Because he in no way, shape, or form, even though he's in the U.S. government, he did not have the approval of the U.S. government to go down there and negotiate the release of a prisoner.
It's very possible, but at something that's even bigger than that is he looks like an utter fool. Because now the information's coming out about this guy. Obviously, yes, he was in the country illegal. His wife was saying he was an abusive person. He was hanging out with MS-13 gang members when he got picked up. And he's down in El Salvador trying to negotiate a release. This is the buffoonery of the Democratic left. It's the reason they were boat raced last November. It's the reason they will continue to lose. How about a U.S. senator actually stand up for the American people, the rule of law, actually securing our borders and sending people home who do not belong in our country? I wish he would spend his time doing that as opposed to going down to El Salvador to prove to all Americans that he's a fool.
The senator...
I'm trying to get, not me, I cannot take credit. Ashley is trying to get Byron Donalds on the show, and I'm sick and flipping tired of these people in the media who don't ask the right questions. Because they all ask the same questions, and even the Republicans have the same answer. No, Byron, that's not it. The Logan Act is never going to be enforced. Never. It's not going to happen. Pam Bondi, hopefully she's busy on other stuff, and the Logan Act is way down here. So if you hear somebody ever talk about the Logan Act, laugh. It ain't happening. It's a clown show. All right. So in reality, Byron, you're about to be our next governor here in Florida. See, I think people need to, again, look where the puck is going, not where the puck is. Yeah, he's there right now. I want to talk about what you're going to do. What are you doing moving forward? What's your coalition with other governors? How are other governors should this thing go south? What's your plan for Florida? And when you've talked to people in other states, what's their plan? Because I think we need to get ready and start saying, you know what? Our way of life down here is flipping awesome. I want to make sure our way of life continues to be flipping awesome. So in that regard, what are you going to do as a governor here? And how are you telling other governors what they need to do as well? Because obviously Ron DeSantis has done something right. He might not have been ready to be president yet, but he's done something right. Things are awesome down here. And I wouldn't just say it because I live here. Business, thriving. Real estate, thriving. Restaurants, thriving. You don't see many newcomers down here. Nope, I don't know if they're in hiding or what, but you don't see them. I'm sure there's drug use. I'm sure there's fentanyl, but it's confined to, those areas. Let them go ahead and act that way. They're animals anyway. You remember the movie, don't you? Godfather. We try to keep it with those people because they're animals anyway. I hate that. That was a really bad part of that movie, but it's true. Right now, if you came into town and say, hey man, I'd like to get some of that fentanyl stuff, I could drive you there. We all know where they are. You know where they are. There's no hiding it. Hey man, can I get some meth? Come on, let's go. I'll show you where the meth is. You want to go shopping? It's over here. We keep them right there. And it keeps getting smaller and smaller and smaller. The other day when I had Rick Sanchez on and we did our interview, and he was talking about when he helped basically start the show Cops. It was easy. You would always have something to film. Why? Because we knew where they were. Today, I could drive you in some of those same neighborhoods. Okay, we're going to turn right here. You're going to see the market set up. And the cops know they're there. But they stay there. Good or bad. That's why you don't see a lot of this stuff happen. And the second reason why you don't see a lot of stuff happening here is because everybody's walking around with strapped. I parked next to, I think, 3 Teslas when we went out to dinner the other night. Didn't have a concern in the world. People didn't care that they're Teslas. Every place you go, there's a Tesla, there's a Cybertruck, there's another model. They're everywhere. Are there people running around keying them? No. And there are a bunch of old people here. I showed you that when I went to the protest. Nope. They know better. They know better. Don't start nothing, won't be nothing. But in any event, I want to ask Byron Donalds, like I would ask any other politician. Tomorrow we've got Tim Burchett on the show. The real questions. What in the hell's going on? What are you people doing? Don't talk to me about Logan Act. You just wasted 30 seconds of his time. It's never going to happen. And I think these people are unprepared when they ask the questions because they need to know the answers that these people are going to give you that tell you what's going on. You'll listen tomorrow when I talk to Tim Burchett. You're not going to hear me saying, so we're going to go after the Logan Act? Should we go after... No, hell no. I don't care about the Logan Act. I want to know who's doing... Tim's going to tell you. See, a lot of the problem is if you ask them the question, they're going to tell you the answer. These people in the media sometimes don't want to ask the question. Let's continue.
Did every Sunday show, Van Hollen did every Sunday show to make sure everyone knows that he is okay. Watch.
Who did pay for this trip?
This was an officially cleared, congressional trip, cleared on a bipartisan basis.
So, first question tomorrow to Tim Burchett. I'm probably going to play this and go, what? How did that happen? How did this guy go to El Salvador because I had to pay for it and you had to pay for it? Why is that happening? Who approved it? When he just said, oh, it was sanctioned. I didn't sanction it. Did y'all sanction it? Any of you send him a check? Who said it was okay? That's what I want to know, Tim. Tim, why is it okay for him to do this? Oh, by the way, second question, 5 more of them went today. Who paid for that? Why? Why is the House not basically securing the checkbook? How did this guy fly to El Salvador and have his margarita session on our dime? Got to find that out, Tim.
Yes, like every other trip, like the trip Kristi Noem took with her fashion show before CCOT, like the trip that 5 Republican members of the House took, like the day before when they went into CCOT. I can tell you, so that's, yes, it was an official trip.
Right.
Dude just compared going to see an MS-13 deportee to Kristi Noem, the secretary, a cabinet member. We got an identity crisis going on here. Who the hell are you? Who tells you you're not doing anything on behalf of securing the border? She's working on securing the border. We know how hers was approved. Hers was approved. She's got her own budget. So no, it's not the same. Stupid people think it's the same. Stupid people on the left who say, oh, you see, same thing. No, she is the secretary. She is the head honcho of Homeland Security. She's got a budget. You don't have one. You took the money from somewhere and charging the American people, and I need to know, did Tim Burchett, do you know who's got these purse strings? Because it ain't Kristi Noem. It's the same thing. No, it's not the same thing. Plus, you don't look like her, so there.
That was an official trip. I don't know if any more will follow. What do you think people should know about the person that Senator Van Hollen visited?
They should know the truth about this man. He is an illegal alien, a foreign terrorist, and a criminal MS-13 gang member who violated our country's laws by coming here in the first place. And shame on Senator Chris Van Hollen and the entire Democrat Party, who wasted Easter Sunday going on every television show in the country to advocate for the return of an illegal criminal gang member. There is a litany of evidence proving this individual's ties to MS-13 that has been confirmed in 2 different courts. There have been multiple law enforcement officers who have affirmed his MS-13 gang affiliation, and this is who the Democrat Party is advocating for. It is
beyond that. Again, questions, and I'll have this for Tim Burchett. Is he compared it to Kristi Noem, and let me just tell you what happened with Kristi Noem. Kristi Noem got robbed yesterday. Please, God, make it not be a newcomer. Please tell us when they find this person that's not a newcomer. SB sent me this breaking. DHS chief had her purse stolen. Thief makes off with $3,000, a passport, and Easter plans while grabbing dinner in where? Washington, D.C., Kristi Noem had her purse swiped along with $3,000 in cash meant for Easter fund, plus her passport, meds, blank checks, makeup, and more. A masked man was caught on camera making the grab, but so far he's vanished. I got a big question, and Mario kind of begins the question right here. The question says it's not resolved yet and hasn't spoken to the Secret Service, though they're on the case. On the case. This woman is guarded by the Secret Service. Even when she's eating dinner, she's guarded by the Secret Service. You know, like Trump is. How the hell did a masked man get to the proximity where he could steal her pocketbook? I'm going to let you chew on that for yourself. When you're talking about Pam Bondi and the new guy at the Secret Service and the FBI, and maybe that's why Dan Bongino needs 20 people. because someone needs to explain really quick. Because I know when Robin goes out to dinner, her pocketbook is either on the chair sitting next to her or on, between she and I. So somebody had to get close enough to this woman. And he was wearing a mask. So I just want you to picture that. Kristi Noem, the Secretary of Health and Human, not Health, but Homeland Security, a very high-profile position, putting MS-13 gang members behind jail. She's having dinner in downtown Washington, D.C. And I'm sure this entire restaurant was surveilled, was guarded, had people in the kitchen making sure that they weren't messing with their food. But somehow, a guy pulls on a mask, walks through the restaurant, up to her table, gets within arm's length of her, and steals her pocketbook. And some of you guys may think, well, maybe she left the pocketbook in her car. Well, I'm pretty sure there were guys guarding the car, too. Where was this pocketbook? She leave it in the ladies' room? No, nope, she didn't leave it there because the masked man took it. So, I'm looking at this and going, well, what do you mean a masked man? Ladies, tell me, you go out to dinner, you're in a restaurant, where's the purse? Maybe in the car, like again, that car was guarded. If it wasn't in the car, where's your purse? It's right next to you. So you're telling me it's 2025 with people wanting to take shots at everybody, with them wanting to do whatever bad things they could possibly do to Donald Trump and people like Kristi Noem, and this guy was able to put on a mask, walk through a restaurant, and grab her pocketbook. Making any sense to y'all? I mean, did they leave some details out? SV? A masked man was caught on camera making the grab, but so far he's been... Wait a minute, okay. Let that part sink in. He snatches the pocketbook. He's got a mask on. He heads for the door. He gets the getaway. And he's vanished? I'm pretty sure you need to replace every person in your security detail. Because if he got close enough, if he got in the restaurant, and then he got close enough to take your pocketbook, he got close enough to take you out. See, right now, she needs to be thinking, something's wrong. Something is very wrong. And I don't see this in this article. And it's concerning. And some of the questions, I mean, it's stupid. I'm looking at people's comments, and they don't get it. Nobody put that together yet. Yeah, I would put my purse in a locked trunk before I walk away with that much money. If I had $3,000 in the purse, that purse would be stitched to my leg. Something's wrong. Sounds like an inside job the guy should never have gotten near her. And then, what do you mean vanished? Is it Kreskin? You're telling me you got an entire crew of armed people around you and nobody saw this guy leave? Poof. And for my next act, I'm going to steal Kristi Noem's pocketbook and disappear. Said no one ever. There's some really crazy stuff happening around the Trump administration. Really crazy. It's terrifying. I mean, I hope she got back with her husband and said, wait a second, something's wrong here. This guy could have killed me. Maybe that's why he wore a mask. Maybe it was a test to see how close he could get to her. Maybe he was surprised when I actually got it. I was actually able to walk up and grab it. Now, I'm assuming the pocketbook with $3,000 in the passport was near her person. I could be wrong. She could have left it in the ladies' room, but I don't know the rest of the story. I'm pretty sure if she left the purse around and wasn't leaving it in the ladies' room with $3,000, the guy wouldn't need a mask. He took it. Where was security? Yeah, to put it simply, I'm just dumbfounded. Yeah, doesn't make any sense. I don't know if Maximus is in here right now, but Maximus, who's a police officer, or other guys, how'd he get that close? Something somewhere, people are compromising things, and I don't like it. I don't like this woman could be dead this morning. How did he get in? How did he get in the restaurant? How many people knew she was going to that restaurant? You can keep going backwards. How many people knew Kristi Noem was going to this restaurant? How many? And you got to assume if Kristi Noem is in the restaurant, it's a really nice restaurant, right? Yeah. So how did he know that Kristi Noem's was the pocketbook? Oh, hey, there's a whole bunch of people in this restaurant. I'm going to pick that table. I'm going to run up to that table, pull out a mask, and I'm going to go after this table with nobody around. So I'm going to bypass all the other people with pocketbooks and diamonds and everything, and I'm just going to go after this one, just by chance. See, I don't even have to be a cop. No, I'm asking all these questions right now, going, oh, it don't make no sense. Now, how did he get in the restaurant? But at that point, she went into like a Chinese buffet, and everybody could come in. There was nobody looking at the door. And then when she saw the guy with the mask approach and take the pocketbook, she didn't went, security, or whatever her detail head is, hey, Fred, do something. And then the guy vanished? Oh my God, yes, someone needs to be fired. There's a traitor somewhere. I agree with that person. I'm dumbfounded. It doesn't make any sense. It had to have been. As soon as I read that, I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. Scary. SB sent that to me, and I'm like, scary. It's all unraveling. Things are crazy. Let's continue with what Caroline Levitt had to say.
Ridiculous. The president, this White House, the entire administration will continue to focus on deporting these illegal alien gang members and criminals from our nation's interior and enforcing our country's immigration laws. That's what the president was reelected to do. And I would add that the overwhelming majority of Americans continue to support the deportation of illegal criminals. A recent CBS poll showed that 89% of the American people support deporting illegal criminals from our homeland. So the president will continue to do that while Democrats continue to trip over themselves while ignoring American citizens whose lives have been forever impacted by the actions and the crimes of these illegal criminals like Patty Morin, who we were so honored to have at the White House to share her daughter's story just last week. Senator Van Hollen has never called her, has never reached out to her family, yet he has spent hours now fawning over this illegal alien who is tied to a vicious gang that has taken the lives of American citizens. It's unbelievable.
I was disappointed that no one even broke out the field interview with the gang unit that interviewed him out when he was arrested originally, was taken into custody. They said he had the tattoos. He was wearing the Chicago Bulls hat. They had an informant who they still trust, said that he even had a ranking within MS-13. They never talked about the trafficking case that for some reason no luggage going from Texas to Maryland. We don't know what he was doing for a living to allow him to sustain living there. Senator Kennedy did come out and say, yeah, this guy looks like a really bad guy. But the administration made a mistake sending him to El Salvador. Do you feel that way?
We did not make a mistake. We have always maintained that this was an individual who needed to be deported from our country. The president swore to the American public he was going to deport illegal criminals, and especially those who have been involved in violent gangs like MS-13 that have terrorized American communities. And so to the Democrat Party, who thinks that they are going to bring this foreign terrorist back to the United States of America to live a peaceful and happy life, that is never going to happen.
Now, we've heard many people now say that's never going to happen. Stephen Miller said it. They're putting themselves out there on a line. It's never going to happen. That should tell you these people are hoping that the Supreme Court is going to force Trump's hand. So let's say the worst happens. Let's say the Supreme Court says, nope, you got to bring him back. That's where the crisis actually becomes. At some point, the rubber's going to meet the road. Because if they have to bring him back and Trump goes along with it and says, all right, we'll bring him back, as soon as he hits American soil, he should be on another plane out to, I don't care, Boga Boga. They can deport him anywhere else, they said, supposedly than to El Salvador. But as soon as I'm telling you, if his feet hit the ground in the United States, they're going to want him released. Not even put in an American jail, completely released. Watch, listen to what they say. Listen to what they say.
Not only is this an MS-13 gang member, but he is also an illegal alien who broke our nation's laws to come here. And not only is it a slap in the face to the American citizens whose lives who have been put in danger or in many cases lost at the hands of these illegal alien criminal gang members, but it's also a slap in the face to the millions of legal immigrants who came to our country the right way, waited their turn, and paid their dues. We have a legal immigration system for a reason. The president is going to continue to uphold that.
Absolutely. It's getting crazy. We'll see what happens, I'm sure. So let me segue here to the financial portion of the show, where I tell you where things are right now, and then we'll take some comments. All right, so as of right now, the Dow is down 2.97%. That's today, and you can see, but if you look at the 5-day, it's down 6.33%, and now might be now's going to be that time when people begin buying the dip. You can see it. There's a dip. If you look at the 1 month chart, boom, went up after the dip, and now it's down. Dip is coming. Dip coming. All right, that. Silver is up 0.2. The 5-day, it's up 2.21 in 5 days. And over the last month, people are taking the profit, and it's basically been climbing since April 4th. Then you look at the gold market. Gold market is up nearly 3% today. It jumped after President Trump said, buy gold. Trump actually said it, buy gold. The 5-day, that's all you need to see. Up almost 5.5% in the last 5 days. In the last month, up 13 points in the last month. It's on a rally. Gold is moving. That's why I always recommend, getting some physical gold yourself. You've got gold, silver, do the hedge, do what you need to do, because as long as I've been talking about my buddies over at Lear Capital, I'm watching gold, and I'm watching it closely, and it just keeps moving, keeps trucking on. We're in a very volatile time right now. There's plenty of financial uncertainty. Now is not the time to be speculative. And I'm also speaking from a personal perspective. I'm buying income-producing real estate, and I'm buying gold and silver. A lot of people don't know the difference between the economy and the stock market. And too many people listen to the news and social media. That'll get you in trouble. Let's face it. It's obvious that a lot of people have an agenda they're not telling you about. Right now, your best bet is stability. And that means you might need to build a hedge against global volatility. May I recommend gold and silver to you? Real gold and real silver. Not paper, not certificates. Actual gold and silver. What gold and silver can give you is absolute peace of mind. A stock is only as good as the company behind it. It's merely a piece of paper. One of the things I can tell you is that many people are finding out the hard way that some of their investments were built on quicksand. Gold will never be worth zero. Silver will never be worth zero. If you want to calm some of your fears, give my friends at Lear Capital a call today at 800-601-5430 or go to learberry.com. Just so you know, Lear Capital has over 27 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and over $5 billion in trusted transactions. And Lear is the only gold company with a 24-hour risk-free purchase guarantee. You don't pay unless you're 100% satisfied. So go to learberry.com. If you want peace of mind, give my friends at Lear Capital a call at 800-601-5430. Or look down here below and go to learberry.com. And don't forget to ask about getting up to $15,000 in free gold or silver with a qualifying purchase. Don't wait. Do it now. Nobody knows what tomorrow holds. Be safe. I just want to say thank you to the Fanfare community. And if you're new here, I'd like to take a moment and welcome you. If you watch my videos, you've probably realized at this point that this isn't your usual podcast. The difference is that every single day, I try to make this show an open conversation amongst friends. You see, I believe that speaking to friends, here and in your own circle offline, is the best way to push back against all the lies being told by the Democrats and the media. I encourage people in this community to welcome each other, and in doing so become a source of support for those seeking to unplug from the matrix. If you'd like to communicate on a deeper level, I invite you to subscribe to the channel, but if you'd really like to surround yourself with like-minded patriots, join our free and private X group by going to fanfareshop.org/group. When you join this free group, a few things will happen. One, if you haven't used X before, you can use X without venturing into the sewer that it sometimes can be. Two, you can share content with friends that you meet here. 3, you will get notified every time I go live, so you can't count on YouTube notifications. And 4, and this might be most important, you get content that I can't share on YouTube or Rumble. So please take a moment and join our free and private X group. Just go to fanfareshop.org/group. Remember, it's members only. There are 16,000 plus people in that group right now, getting close to 17,000. To join our free and private members only X group, just go to fanfareshop.org/group. We'll see you there.
Welcome back to Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
All right, so I just wanted to let you guys know what's been going on. So as you've seen, I've got a couple, I'll call them intra breaks, because I'm trying to get onto what's called a broadcast clock. A broadcast clock, well, that's a tongue twister, is where you have segments, actual defined segments in a show, instead of just like one big run-on. So it's like segment 1, segment 2, segment 3, and then it helps me also cut the videos up for future use to share and syndicate, and gives me a chance to get something to drink, do something, whatever. So that's what you're going to see. There's going to be some breaks between content right now. Give yourself a chance to go to the bathroom as well. So Ashley sent me something, and it's very interesting, as we were just talking about gold and silver. And I want to begin incorporating a lot more about finance in what we talk about as well. And it's interesting. Today is April 21st, and just an hour ago, Scott Bessent posted 3 short videos we're gonna take a look at. And in these 3 short videos, which I think is indicative of where he wants to take things as the Secretary of the Treasury. He wants people to understand investing, understand that your schooling, your education didn't teach you what you need to know about being more financially literate. It's a huge problem. It's not being addressed because they want these little communists running around. They don't want people understanding prosperity. And unfortunately, too many people have gone through the entire educational system. They've worked 9 to 5 or longer for 30 years, and they're still not financially literate. And so I love the fact that, what he's trying to do. He posted this. He said, America has been very good to me, and I want to share the lessons I have learned with others. Through financial literacy, you can build both economic security and peace of mind while moving towards your long-term goal. So let's listen to this 17-second video he just put out there.
America has been very good to me and my family, and I want to spread the word that through financial literacy, you can accumulate both financial security, peace of mind, and move toward your financial goals.
And so I was wondering as I watched that, why he would have put something, and why now is he putting this out? So he then followed that up with a second post. And the second post says this: the sooner you start thinking about making sound financial decisions, the easier it will be to accumulate wealth. I love the fact that he's saying this. Let me tell you why. Saving is a lifelong process that will allow you to retire, support a family, save for education, or start a rainy day fund. And this here is the second video that he posted.
When you think about the long arc of your life and your career, then obviously you're worried about your education, your job, your housing, but at a point, we all start thinking about accumulating assets, about having a cushion, about having, whether it's rainy day money, money for family education, or money for retirement. So the sooner you start focusing on making good choices there, the easier it will be, and the bigger the nest egg you will have.
I want you to think, when's the last time you've heard somebody from our Department of Treasury talk to everyday people about how to accumulate wealth? Didn't hear it with Janet Yellen. Never. Never. The Democrats don't want to hear this message. So I found it odd and welcoming that this administration is now saying, okay, big business is up here. Let's talk to you. Let's talk to the individual person and let them understand it's, number one, wealth isn't a bad word. That's the other thing. Wealth isn't a bad word. Prosperity isn't a bad word. Some people have been programmed to think wealth and prosperity are bad things. You know, I've had a couple run-ins with people in the chat. Oh, it's the root of all evil. Bull crap. Absolute bull crap. Get as much as you can. Have fun. What did President Trump say? Live life. You can't live a really prosperous life if you don't prosper. And I'm not saying people who are disabled or people who are now retired and they believe they're past the point of prospering. But you can pass that message on. See, it doesn't cost you anything to pass the message on. Hey, Johnny, what are you doing? You're looking like a little knucklehead right now. You're talking about doing this and doing that. Let me tell you about what you need to do so when you're my age, you're not going to have to worry about this. I firmly want my grandkids to be retired at the time of their choosing. I'm not saying you got to retire when you're 65. I'm not saying to retire when you're 40. I'm saying it should be on your terms. You know what? I got a pretty good nest egg. Yeah, I'm done. I am done at 28. I've invested, I've bought property, I've bought gold, and now I'm done. So as I get married and have kids, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to tell my children. So hopefully my grandson will tell my great grandkids, hey, okay, I know you're thinking about doing this, but trust me, you need to do this. You need to try and do it this way, because if you do it this way, it's going to work out for you. I told you earlier, I want to start a new business. I want to begin promoting concerts for Christians. And to me, it's not really a new business. It's something I did. Let me see if I can show you. I mentioned this before. It's something I did a long time ago in my past life. Let me see. Do I have that here? Wait 1 second. Yeah. It was something I did in my past life, and it worked out very, very well for me. I told you I used to promote concerts, and that's me, a much younger me, a much younger, heavier me, and there's my gorgeous wife Robin, and then there's Charlie Daniels, and we were on his bus, and I got to meet this man and did business with him for a number of years and promoted a number of his concerts, and it was almost like a familial feeling that I had every time we ran into him. And we got to go sit on the bus and talk to him and hear him talk about his music. I told you why he changed the words to The Devil Went Down to Georgia. And I don't mean to say things from like an old wise sage type thing, but it's something I know. And so, and because I know it, I'm like, you know what? I don't want to go back to doing rock concerts, but I'm taking something that God gave me, and he showed me and said, you know what? Now's your time to go back in doing concerts, but you're not going to do the rock and roll, rock, sex, and drugs thing. No, not going to do that. No, you're going to do Christian concerts. Oh, yeah, I know how to do concerts. Just the same thing, just different band. And so I told Ashley about it this morning, and she's like, you don't have time. I'm like, I'm going to make time. As long as I'm breathing when I wake up in the morning, I want to learn and continue to prosper. And I don't feel bad about it. I told Robin, I'm like, she's like, you want to do it? I've been talking about it for a month. And she's like, you want to go back into that? I'm like, that is one thing I'm having a problem with. She's like, that making money off of Christian concerts. And it came from that one guy, or people were saying, and so I talked to JJ, Pastor JJ, and it was really funny. He's like, you're feeling bad because you're going to make money doing Christian concert? Yeah. Are you going to pay the talent? Yeah. So you're going to pay the people to sing? Yeah. So they're not doing it for free? No. So they're going to get paid to sing Christian songs? Yeah. So what's your problem? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So if Lauren Daigle wants $150,000 to come sing for an hour and she gets paid $150,000, anybody writing anything in here and say, oh, my gosh, she's getting paid $150,000? If I talk to XYZ Act and they come and they play and they get paid, nobody's screaming about Elevation Worship getting paid. The other day during prayer night, I played one of the Elevation Music songs, and bam, within an hour, YouTube says, you can't play that. That's theirs. They're getting paid. Oh, so Christian music's not free? No. So I had to delete it. So if it's okay for Christian radio stations, and it's okay for Christian artists, then it's okay for Barry. That's a new twist on my financial literacy. That was going to be an impediment to me going, I feel bad charging $150 a ticket for a concert. I'm going to make some money on it. And it, boom, financial literacy. Wake up. They're getting paid to come sing. Yeah. And they're driving in a bus and they're paying a tour bus driver. Yeah, tour bus driver doing it for free? No, he's got to drive the bus. Well, why didn't you just do it, for the goodness of it? Because he's getting paid. Financial literacy, people. Don't let anybody tell you it's wrong just because you're Christian or you believe a certain thing that you can't make money. The third post that he made, and these were in succession. Everyone should care about financial literacy. Making good financial decisions creates economic security. The small choices you make now can lead to a big payoff down the road. And listen to him.
Everyone should care about financial literacy. Whether you are a student with a summer job or a part-time job during school, whether you're in college, whether you're starting your career, or whether you are at the end of your career. Making good financial choices creates economic security, and look, it's fun. You learn about the markets, you learn how to properly allocate resources, and there's a big payoff over the long term for something you can do early in your career.
I don't see nothing wrong with that. In fact, I applaud. I mean, I absolutely applaud. I applaud Scott Bessent for being the first person I can remember, even Trump's previous guy, Steve Mnuchin. This is the first cabinet member in the Treasury that I've ever seen promote prosperity for the ordinary American. No one's told anybody about that. Nobody talks about that. And I don't know if he, obviously he talked to Trump and said, hey, listen, I want to start putting this message out there. I firmly believe in it. I'm a billionaire. I'd like to give back. And now I'm in a position of authority where people will listen. And his first message, first time he's posted this is, everyone needs financial literacy. You know why? Because then you don't need the government. That's why the Democrats will never say it. If you are financially secure, you don't need the government. And the Democrats only survive by people who need the government. That's it. That's their only method of survival. The entire party is done if people are prosperous. Make America great again. Make America wealthy again. What if you don't have any money to invest, living day to day on Social Security? You have a mind. You have a mind, and if your mind has an idea and you flesh it out and that idea has merit, you will get the money. Don't limit yourself. That's the biggest thing I can tell you is don't limit yourself. For instance, as I'm just telling you about doing something different and doing Christian concerts, I can go to somebody. If I didn't want to fund it to myself, I can go to somebody and say, hey, listen, I want to promote this concert with Lauren Daigle. Lauren Daigle wants to pay $150. She wants to get paid $150,000. It's going to cost this much for police and security and parking people and the venue and insurance and this and that. All in, it's going to cost me production. It's going to cost me $225,000 to put this together. However, Mr. Investor, that's my idea. If I can put this together, because I have the know-how to do this. See, what you just mentioned in your comment here is you said living day-to-day on Social Security, but you didn't tell me what you know. You may be a former welder. You may be a former XYZ, but you may have knowledge. You're living day-to-day on Social Security. I have the knowledge from years and years and years and thousands of concerts and in festivals and events that I can go to an investor and go, okay, here's me. I know how to do it. Okay. You got the experience? Yeah, I can do it. I can execute. Great. And here's how, and here's why, and here's who I've been involved with. And all right, so I settled that. Okay, you can do it. Now what's your plan? My plan is, I want to do this concert, and it's going to cost me $225,000. Okay, that's your cost basis. What's the upside? Well, at $100 a ticket, I need to sell this many tickets to break even. All right, I see what your break even is. But if I sell this many tickets, then we make some money. If I sell 10,000, we start with the parking costs and everything else. All right. Now I have to verify to you, can Lauren Daigle bring that many tickets? Here's the information that says she's been, basically averaging across the country. She's been averaging 19,000 tickets per show sold. Her average gross is this much. Now I've given the investor all the information. They can say, I'll come in and I'll give you this much to put it together, and I want 50% of the profit. Didn't cost me a dime. Not a single dime. So when people say, I don't have any money to invest, no one's ever said it has to be your money. You got to have the idea. You got to do the work. You got to come up with the plan. Then sell it to somebody and say, here's my idea. Will you back it? I got a real simple one for you. Any of you can understand. Do you know that some of these poker tournaments that you see online or on television, the buy-in may be $25,000 or $50,000. Now, some of these guys are so successful, they could they could probably pay their own buy-in without any problem. But if they're smart, they say, listen, you want to cover the buy-in, I'll split the winnings with you if I win, 60-40, 70-30. Same thing. All right, so I need to know who you're playing against, what you're going to be playing, what's your history, how much do you make per event. Okay, it seems like a willing risk. And then you make your deal. So don't let anyone ever tell you, I don't have the money so I can't do it. Because if you continue to think that, if you think because you don't have the money, that's the thing that's causing you not to get the golden ring, then you're never going to get the golden ring. In real estate, I went through it before. If I find a deal and the deal makes sense, the money's always there. I can't tell you how many emails I get per week from people saying, I've got this money ready to put on the street. If you got a deal, let me know. All the time. I could literally show it to you right now, but I haven't sanitized the guy's names and phone numbers. There's one guy's like, I got $5 million cash liquid. I need deals. So if you know there's a deal to be had and you know you can get the money, oh, well, I guess I'll go find some deals and work a deal with this guy. The word deal doesn't happen around Democrats. Notice you're hearing it almost every day with Trump. Some of you guys are probably like, why does he say it so much? Oh, yeah, we're going to cut a deal here. We're going to do a deal there. We're going to do art of the deal. He wrote the doggone book. Democrats don't say deal. They don't want you to know there's a deal to be had. They want you to think, what's the old other axiom? Oh, you need money to make money. Nope. They're lying to you. And it's something that has been ingrained in people's warped ideology for quite some time. Don't buy into it. Even a small gold coin grows in value. What did this guy, Zach says, I got deals. I got deals. The minute you have more than 2K, the Social Security will be taken. Educate yourself what you were talking about. The minute you have more than 2K, the Social Security will be taken. Educate yourself on what you're talking about. What are you talking about? You know that big ass tax code, that big tax code everyone is all afraid of? Well, you might want to learn something about that. Ooh, I came in late, I'll catch up. Now tell us how to meet the one who has the money. They don't seem to excited to meet poor folks. No, nobody wants to meet poor folks because you know why? If you're working something from the perspective of can you help me, you're already lost. You need to know when you go to the table, the sell is I can help you. Mr. Investor, I can help you make more money. They don't give a shit about, they don't give a crap about you. They're not doing it. They're not a charity. They're in it to make money. They're in it to invest. Invest means they want a return, possibly a return. So if you go and say, listen, I need your help. No, I'm not in the help business. I'm in the berry business. Tell me what I get. What you get, we'll negotiate. I'll let you know what you get. See, that's a whole other... Don't tell me what you think you're getting. I'll tell you what you're getting. If you're asking me for the... And I've had investment talks like this. You don't go and say, I'll give you 50%. Like, I'm offering 20%. No, look at the deal. I'll tell you what you get. So that's a backwards. I understand now why Scott Bessent put this out. It's going to take a complete change in ideology for people to realize in order to prosper when you are not prosperous, it takes an entire different kind of financial literacy. If you've never sat across the table with someone that you're trying to get money from, and it's not a loan, that you're saying, I have an idea, can you fund me? Here's what you get, mister. And if we're successful, then after all your money's paid back, then I get what's left over. That's where people are going to listen. They don't want to hear about how much money I need to buy a house. Well, what do I get? No, wrong conversation. The boss built many products with borrowed money. Yep. Leverage is the term. Financial literacy. Understand what the term leverage means. Let's see. You have now entered the berry zone. The PS stops here. I try to tell people, and it hurts sometimes. Tell me what you're going to give, and I will have another investor tell me what they're going to give. Yep. Have that. Shop your deals. Oh, you're going to give me this? Okay, and they don't care. Okay, look at this one. Barry, when you're on disability, you're not allowed to have savings or investments. I live from check to check and would love to supplement my life for retirement. Okay, I won't look at you sideways. Because you don't know. That's a perfect example, Wendy, of financial literacy. When you're on disability, you're not allowed to have investments or savings. So what happens, Wendy, if you decided you wanted to, open a hair salon, and you were going to hire 6 people to work in a hair salon, and you needed money to do so? Well, Wendy wouldn't open the hair salon. Hair Salon LLC would open the hair salon. Hairstyle LLC would hire or independent contractors and lease the facility and do everything. The loan or the investment would come from Mr. Investor. Mr. Investor is loaning or investing in Hairstyle LLC. Pretty sure none of that has anything to do with Wendy. A corporation is its own entity. Financial literacy. So you're like, Barry, but eventually still the money would come to in my account. Well, then you just have to wonder, how much am I getting on disability, and do I still need to have this disability from the government if my hairstyle business is paying me $40,000 a month? Just saying. Can't own a business when collecting disability to be in another name. I'm not going to spend the time, but let me just tell you, that ain't true. They didn't make these rules so to make it easy. They made the rules for people who know what they're doing. I can tell you with no uncertainty that I've known people who have been disabled. In fact, one of my investors was disabled. He was getting disability, and he had, do you guys know, I don't want to get too far. You guys know what a trust is? You can't have these arguments and discussions if you don't know all the tools. And so a lot of the self-limiting beliefs are people saying you can't do this or you can't do that. Notice, exactly, notice one of the things in here, and Carl's like, step out of the box. Exactly. Not many people are saying, how? Well, you got to go look it up. Go look up the tax code. Look, I mean, okay, let me just take it. I don't want to take up too much time talking about this, but there's a reason, and you can see in the comments here. You're seeing in the comments exactly what Scott Bisson is saying. Yeah, I love it because your comments are he's directing his post at you. You are his audience. America has been very good. Through financial literacy, you can build both economic security and peace of mind. And what's he say down below here? Everyone. Didn't say, hey, as long as you're not disabled, you should be looking at learning financial literacy. Doesn't say that. Pretty sure that word is everyone. And so if you're having doubts on what you can or can't do, I am not your lawyer, I am not your accountant. But the Secretary of the Treasury just said financial literacy is important for everyone. There's no qualifications there. You're letting your own self-limiting beliefs dictate how you live your future. I'm not going to do that. Nope, not going to happen. So think, as the one gentleman said, you got to begin thinking outside the box. I can't lead you there. But you understand, by even commenting, you can't do that, or that's not true, you're done. You're right. You can't do it. Sorry. I made it all up. Forget about it. Wow. Think about that. Someone has told you, you have listened to them, and you just told me you can't do it because of this, this, and that. And I would just say to you, who told you that? Who told you that you can't do anything if you're getting disability? And think back to where that person told you that, and understand whoever told you that lied to you. Absolutely lied to you.
Welcome back to Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
I saw a couple of comments like this one from Kenneth, and it's absolutely, he's absolutely true. If you don't know what a trust is, you may want to go look that up. You see, because it's one of those things where you have to know these things. Trusts are the greatest financial tool ever acknowledged by law and untouchable by most courts. If you don't know how to use a trust, see, that's exactly right. Someone in here, Linda, I forget where the actual comment is, said that, I'm going to give you the exactly answer that she said. She said, when I said, who told you couldn't do that? She said, Social Security people told her she couldn't. Let that sink in. She said, I can't do it because the government told me I can't do it. Financial literacy, friends. Financial literacy. Let it be your friend. Embrace it. You got time, especially if you're disabled and you're retired. You got time to go look up all kinds of stuff. And you can get your financial literacy in place. I mean, seriously. And don't listen to people who haven't done it. See, that's the other thing. People should be able to, like I showed you the picture of me and Robin and Charlie Daniels. I can go to somebody, I've done it. I've got newspaper articles. I have Variety magazine. I have all things like, hey, here's what Barry's done. Here's he with Aerosmith. Here's he with the guys from Foghat. I've done it. So make sure when you talk to somebody, it's someone who's done it. Not just like someone across the Social Security counter. Because I've seen them people. All right, so let's move on to the next thing here. So we're not here all day because I got a 7 o'clock show. The vote right now. Was Nancy Mace right in defending herself? 38% of you says yes. 55% said, huh? What happened? And only 7% of you said no, she should have walked away. So before we talk about Nancy Mace, let's go ahead and see what specifically happened.
I do them every year.
Every year.
You want to keep going?
Are you going to do any more this
Do you want
year?
to keep going?
Are you
Keep
gonna do-
harassing?
Now, before I go further, you're going to hear a lot of bleep, 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 bleep. Because it's not a friendly encounter here. So this, just to set the, it looks like a grocery store or a pharmacy or something she was in, and she is accosted by this man. And it gets really heated. So I'm not going to say anything else. I want you guys to hear it. Let it play out. It's only 1 minute and 40 seconds long.
You could have gone to a dozen town halls last year.
I asked if you're doing any more this year. It was one simple question.
Yeah.
Are you doing a town
I've
hall?
already done one. I'll do
Are
plenty
you doing
more.
any more this year? It was a simple question.
You're always invited.
Okay, sweet. Well, look
And
up
by
for
the
an actual
way,
invitation.
I voted for gay marriage twice.
What does that have to do
so
with me?
I'm just saying, it has to everything to do with you.
You think everything about me has to do with gay marriage?
I do.
That's
absolutely.
your first stance when you
Yep.
speak with me? There's no
Absolutely.
other humane
If you want to get in my
conversation you
face
can
about
have
town
me.
halls, you should have shown
There's
up to
no
one
other
last
humane
year.
thing you can talk about me just saying, oh, I support gay marriage.
Yeah,
That's the
because you're
only thing
getting
you
in
have
my
to
face
say.
about a town hall. You could have gone last year.
Simple question from right
Would you
over
like
here
me?
is if you have any plans to have more town halls this year.
I have town
That was
halls
one
every year.
question.
I have over a dozen
Okay.
every year.
Great. That was my entire question. You didn't have to go
Yeah.
into the spiel about
You
everything.
could have come to any of them last year.
Okay. And I'm
I had
asking
over
about
a
this year, not
dozen.
2024. But
Where were you the year
right?
before that?
Okay.
Or the year before that?
It was a simple
Oh,
question. I
because
asked
you know
if
what?
you have
Because
any
you
more that
people
you're
on the
going to
left
this year or
are
not.
crazy.
So I'm
You're
on the left.
absolutely f***ing crazy.
I'm absolutely
You are.
crazy.
And get out of my face.
You're insane.
Goodbye.
You're insane.
Thank you.
You're gonna me. You're
Yep.
gonna be voted
Bye.
out so fast this year. I
I'm
can't
not.
wait for you to fucking
I'm
go
not.
into
I
the
won by so much.
You're a disgrace to the state. That's what you are. You're a disgrace. I asked you a simple question, and you just to go on this tirade and tell you.
Yeah, you.
Disgusting.
Get out of my face.
You. How about
Get out of my face.
You're nasty.
Try it again. What's your name?
Nasty bitch.
What's your name?
You're a nasty bitch. That's
What's
my
your name?
You say me?
Yep, I sure
The
did.
first thing you're gonna say to me is me for
Absolutely.
asking you a
Get the
question.
out of my face.
You.
Now.
You.
You couldn't take me on, baby. Stay the away from me.
So, people saw that on X. Nancy posted it herself, and I applaud her. I 100%, I 200% applaud her. And there were people actually on X, I don't know if they were Republican, MAGA, or Democrat, and they were attacking her for what she said. And let me just put the perspective to you. This is a man, gay or not, he's a man. She is a 5'6", 135-pound woman. And this guy takes it upon himself while she is obviously shopping to want to engage in politics. And it gets into a heated argument. The guy obviously has a bone to pick. He's not a Republican. And we've seen what's happening in these town halls. And what I want to say to you right now is something I've said many, many times to people who have said crazy things about MAGA. And I'm talking about Republican MAGA. I'm talking about existing MAGA. You have to know how to win. Nancy Mace knows how to win. You do not turn the other cheek. You do not acquiesce. You do not retreat. You face these morons head on. You give them everything right back to them. You make sure they know you mean business. It is not wrong. That's a woman. You've seen what some of these people do. How do you know, if you're in that situation, whether that guy had Mace or whether he was going to approach her further? You don't. So people who are on X saying, oh, she should have done it, you've never been in that situation. I can firmly tell you, I can without a doubt tell you, if that was Robin, things would have been flying off the shelves. She would have made sure, and if the guy approached her, he would have been pew-pewed. See, in Florida, I don't know if South Carolina, you can do things like that. It would have been right to draw down because he didn't really come at her, but I would have had my hand on my hip. Just tell your story walking. Tell your story walking. You can say whatever you want. Don't take any steps towards me. You, watching that, need to understand a few things. And people on X need to understand a few things. Because if you don't understand, then you can't put yourself in her shoes. She was obviously alone. No husband, no boyfriend, by herself, maybe with a kid, who knows. And she's filming it from this perspective. If you've never had anybody approach you who's adversarial, you may think it's simple. Just walk away. Don't even worry about it. Turn your back. You think turning your back has been helping people who have dealt with these morons in the street? Now I'm going to sprinkle in a different variable for you. Because some of you may know and some of you may not know, or some of you may know and have forgotten, let it pass. Nancy Mace is a survivor. She's a woman who's been attacked and had bad things happen to her. I can't say the word. It begins with an R. So when you put that into the mix and you understand, wait a minute, this woman's been attacked. Many women in the chat probably have been attacked. And many women in the chat may have even had the R word. So she's made no secret that she's endured the R word. People in her state know she's endured the R word. So, dude, if you know that this woman has had that happen to her and she's been a victim who has now survived, don't expect to walk up to somebody who's got that kind of history who's ever going to let that happen again. And so when I talk to you guys and I say, learn how to win, no, I'm not turning my back. I'm no longer afraid. Somebody did something to me, if I'm Nancy Mace, and they took something from me, you're not going to be that next person. Ever. So I am going to make a scene. If any of you women have been to self-defense classes, what's the first thing they tell you? Make a scene. Make noise. And if you saw the noise going on, did you see what the other people in the store were doing? Which amazed me. Just kept walking. So it wasn't helping. It wasn't helping. You guys have seen animals. My little chihuahua here. The hair goes up on the back of their neck when they feel threatened and they stand up. You see alligators and how they make the noise, and other animals, they pop their chest out. She was making noise. She was popping her chest out and saying, get away from me, get away from me, F you, get away from me, and he wasn't leaving. So I want you to put that in perspective. Those of ladies who haven't felt that, and men who thought didn't think about it, that if you were her, having had her past, and a large-sized male is approaching you and accosting you in that manner, what did you expect her to do? To me, I think she had proper decorum, because like I said, things would have been flying off the shelf at him. You got to start learning how to win, people. Those of you who think that, she should have walked away, you're not in the fight. You don't understand what these people are capable of. You don't understand what they're going to do. You might want to get ready, because if you're out, like President Trump said, enjoying your life, there's going to be somebody out there who doesn't want you to enjoy life. Like some masked man at a restaurant running through Secret Service, stealing the pocketbook of the Secretary of Homeland Security. She had a masked man come into a restaurant, steal her pocketbook, and nobody seemingly did anything. And she's a cabinet member. And you're thinking Nancy Mace in South Carolina, out shopping during the day with no Secret Service, did the wrong thing? You don't know how to win. You don't know how to win. Because I tell you right now, Kristi Noem is kicking some butt and finding out how that happened. And Nancy Mace, I bet I bet that guy's really lucky. I don't know the gun laws in South Carolina, but if they're anything like Florida, dude, you should have just walked away while she was screaming. Because you don't know what may have happened. And she would have had, down here in Florida, you know, those of you who say turn the other cheek or walk away. No, in Florida, you have no obligation to retreat. In fact, there's sheriffs who've made videos. Grady over in in Polk County tell you to light them up, shoot them graveyard dead. They try to approach you. That's why people here know. Hey, don't do something stupid. You may not go home. You just came to attack a congresswoman, and you tried to mouth off, and all you got was a few FUs. Consider yourself lucky. Consider yourself lucky that you were able to walk away just having your feelings hurt. Because next time, you might not be so lucky. And those of you who think that she did the wrong thing, I want you to empathize with her. I want you to put yourself in her position, what this guy may have triggered. He may have looked like the guys who did something to her. Anybody think of that? Anybody think, wow, in her mind, wow, this dude looks like the dude that hurt me? You don't know. You have no idea. Talk to a woman who's been hurt. Ask them. If there's some in the chat who want to talk, ask them how they feel. If somebody accosts them after they've been abused or had the R word happen to them, ask them if they remember what that person looks like, what he smelled like, and what still gets triggered if that situation happens again. Ask them if a man touches them in a certain way, if they don't recoil. Until you walked in those shoes, shut up. Just absolutely shut up. Because Nancy Mace, unless you know her history, unless you walked a mile in those shoes, you got nothing to say. Nothing. Oh, by the way, didn't somebody break her arm or do something to her a couple months ago? Yeah. In an open place. She was, I think, did it happen in Congress? I'm not forget where it was. But think about it. Some of you guys say I don't agree. Okay, well that's your prerogative. Stand your ground used to be the law in Minnesota. Now you have to try to flee or you'll be prosecuted. Nah, not in Florida. All right, Steve, you have open carry in South Carolina. So he's lucky then, because I'm pretty sure a woman like that she's probably packing. And he's lucky he walked away. So what? Wait a minute. She's a public servant. She's a woman first. I don't serve you to take your shit. Come on, people. Yeah. I'm telling you right now, we are never going to win. Call it a day. Call it a day. We are not going to win with people who have ideology like that. She's a public servant, so what's that mean? Oh, she should. You deserve to take it. Wow. Oh, wow. Yeah, God bless Nancy Mace, and not God bless Nancy Mace. Any woman in that kind of a situation. He started it. You want some of this, baby? Bring it. Speaking as an openly gay conservative male, I 100% agree with Nancy Mace. That little fruit was just trying to start some shit, and I do not support. What you don't see is why she started filming. Nope. You can look for that reason. I am not. I just know my wife out there. And number one, if she called me, if I was sitting in the car while she went in the store, and I came in, and you don't even know. You see, I told Ashley something today, and I'll share it with you. Those people like me who do things, sometimes, you've heard some of the guys who've gotten swatted and things of that nature. Well, yeah, I've been threatened. I got an email last week. Somebody said, I know where you are and I know how to find you. That's what the email said. That was the entirety of the email. And I responded. Normally I don't respond to emails like that. I'm like, well, are you assuming I'm hiding? I tell people I'm in Boca. I take pictures of me walking around. I ain't hiding from no one. You got the wrong person. I'm much bigger than Tim Pool and some of these other guys. And I got a couple things with me. But if you threaten her, I'm not letting it get that far. If that guy approached my wife like that, Michael, you can disagree all you want. Talk to some women who've been abused or had the R word. That's all I'm telling you. You can disagree. Free country. But you're not in her shoes. You've never been in. I can tell you right now, you've never been in her shoes. You've never slipped on those high heels. You've never had someone take your essence because they felt like it in a violent way. You've never had that happen. You've never had anyone treat you like the gimp in Pulp Fiction and bend you over and do what they want and cast you aside. You've never had that happen. But if it does happen to you, go ahead and email me back or comment and let me know how you feel. And let me know what you think about the type of person who would do that to you. And then let me know if you get in that situation again, how that's going to feel for you. Some of you guys have obviously not spoken to a lot of women in your life. Maybe the women, because they know how you think, didn't feel comfortable telling you. Your sister, your mom, your current wife, a former girlfriend. Maybe they didn't feel like telling you because you had that knuckle-dragging thought. That's how you think. Oh, you shouldn't have been doing that. You should have just turned the other cheek and walk away. Just saying. I disagree. He didn't seem that bad. She seemed to make it worse. When I went down to film the protest down here in Boca, some people have asked me, how come you didn't have more video? I'm going to tell you why I didn't have more video. Maybe this will help people like Sherry. Because Robin said, get in the car, let's get out of here. I'm like, what's wrong? These people are old. She goes, I don't feel comfortable. That was it. Okay, we're done. No more filming. Let's go have lunch. Sherry, what would happen if you didn't feel comfortable? Where is that line at that point where you as a woman, I assume Sherry Lucas is a woman, when is it that you wouldn't feel comfortable? Because I was at that protest and I'm like, these people are old, Robin. What are you worried about? And you're like, I don't know. I don't know if one of them will take something out of their pocket. It's easy for people to say, I disagree. I don't think you've been out there. I'm going to challenge you. Go ahead. Go out to the next. I'm sure there's people who parked in a restaurant with their Tesla and they didn't think it was going to get burned up. I'm sure there's been people who drove through protests and didn't think people were going to jump on their car. Oh, it's not going to happen. Oh, she made it worse. Okay. All right, so enough said. Anyway, Nancy, I'm behind you, and I'm behind any woman, because I don't think, maybe call me chivalrous, maybe call me old-fashioned. I don't think you do that to any woman. Period. Representative, grandmother, mother, sister, auntie, you don't approach a woman, man. You just don't do it. That means you're a P word. Okay, I can't say the word. But if you feel like it's okay for you to approach a woman and you're a man, you're a piece of crap. Seriously. An absolute piece of crap. I don't even know what to say to you. See, now, she can go do that to Byron. He can go do that to Byron Donalds. I wouldn't have a problem. But I just don't do that to women. What is wrong with people? It wasn't a town hall. It wasn't a town hall where, there's people around. She was in a store. Give it a rest, man. Give it a rest. All right, so I've got something for you from a nutritional basis here. You've seen the stuff that's been going on with RFK Jr. and all the stuff he said about autism, and I told you about my knee and how the problems I've had, and a lot of it comes back to what you're eating, what you're putting in your body. And so I have an interview coming up right now with Kim Bright from Brightcore that talks a lot about your gut, what goes on in your belly. So a little while ago, we talked some financial information. Now we're going to talk some health information. Hey everybody, I've got some nutrition and health information for you today. You're going to want to dig into this. I've got Kim Bright, the founder of Brightcore. Kim, thank you very much for coming on. So tell me a little bit about tell me a little bit about yourself before we get into talking about some of the things that are health oriented in the news today.
Well, I've been helping people with their nutrition and understanding of how their body works for almost 50 years, Barry. I had a near-death experience out in Los Angeles when I was modeling and acting, and God put on this path instead of the modeling and acting, and brought me back. And it was, I was drinking a lot of alcohol, and he brought me back, and they thought I was dead, and I saw the light and, met my maker and came back, and I've been helping people. I helped myself first to understand. I started studying everything I could lay my hands on. I walked into my first health food store in Torrance, California. That was, 1973.
Wow.
And so I just started reading books all the way back to the 20s that were actually talking about real health and what it was about, and herbs and medicine and fasting and juicing, and then acupuncture, and I started studying traditional Chinese medicine, Ayurvedic medicine, all these different things from the East instead of the Western modality. I had seen my own grandmother work in a TB clinic when she was 16, and she had ended up with over 60 different surgeries in her life, and was in medical books and was sick all the time. And I wanted to understand. And I wanted to understand, too, why at age 20, I had these problems. And I really started researching, too, like, what's the typical American diet, sugar, dairy, meat. I went to chicken farms in Mississippi where I lived at the time. I started looking at how they were raising our food. I started really investigating. Put my investigator hat on when I started really diving deep into these things. And I started really understanding how food, what we eat, what we breathe, what we drink, affects our body, and how it makes us fat, how it makes us have heart disease, how it makes us have diabetes. We can control our body. God gave us choice. He gave us free will. If we understand and educate ourselves, and I don't blame people out there that have problems, that don't know. I didn't know about my body. I wasn't taught this in school. And if I'd gone to medical school as my parents wanted me to, they said, if you want to help people, why don't you go back to college? Because I'd started college and I got out of it because it didn't seem right to me. And so it seemed too much of a box and too many opinions they were driving into my brain that didn't make sense to me. So to me, it was like, I'm a very free thinker. I'm common sense. And I'm like saying, what is this all about? So I took the deep dive and tore everything apart, put it back together again for my own self, and then started helping other people. And I taught at the Cushy Institute in Boston, which is macrobiotics. That is the large look and view of life. And it balances everything out with understanding that there's yin and yang. For instance, you walk into a bar, what's sitting on the bar before they get you to order your drink? Something salty, right? Peanuts, potato chips. You're in Maine, it's seaweed, which is actually good for you because it's got the minerals in it that's going to help your body. But salt and alcohol are at opposite ends. So if you can understand, it's like a teeter-totter. You are trying to maintain a balance in the middle so your body doesn't have to have such extremes all the time, and it wears itself out. So when I understand these concepts, these very simple concepts like chemicals and pesticides and herbicides and all these things are out over here beyond alcohol, and drugs are out there too. And then how I crave other things on this side, meat and dairy and, heavier foods, concentrated animal foods. You start to understand how to eat.
Right.
And so for me, I really am so happy that I've got that knowledge and that I've shared it with people for almost 50 years now and help people stay out of hospitals, stay off drugs, get off drugs, and understand that we need to get back to what our great grandparents were doing with raising their own food without all these chemicals, making the soil healthy by putting in, components like leaves, grass clippings, manures, taking care of our animals the same way we would take care of ourselves, because the health starts in the soil for our food and the health starts in our gut for us. They both have microbiomes full of all kinds of fungus and yeasts and things that are bad for us, but they also have good bacteria.
So your life experience seems, and on the health side, seems to mirror some of the stuff that RFK Jr. has been talking about with Maha and making people healthy again. And he wants to obviously shake up the system, which is going to cause the pharmaceutical and the food industry all kinds of discombobulation because what he wants to do. But what exactly makes him such a threat to the establishment?
Because he's telling the truth, because he's researched, he's a lawyer, he's tried cases that have environmental, problems that people had from other things. He's tried cases, he's seen the food supply, he's seen people that have problems mentally. It's been in his own family. He's also seen drug problems because he himself was a heroin addict. And so he has investigated and looked at, due to whatever his reasoning was, but he really understands, what has been put on us and what the solutions are. And so that whole thing, I think, is, very important because we both come from, we're common sense. We want to know the truth. We want to know what works. And how can we really help people? I think it's a whole different approach. He's not about the bottom line. He's not about power. He's not about how can I screw you over and conceal things in your food and in the air and in the water to keep you sick. So then now we can get you on the big pharmacy, drugs and everything, so they can make lots of money there. And it's all around, it's all tied together. It's catch-22. And I'm the same thing. It's like when I saw the truth, you can't shut your eyes from the truth then.
Well, it seems like the entire cabinet has been put together to do just like that. I always tell people when I'm on my show, it's like watching a snow globe. And right now, the Trump's cabinet is just shaking up this snow globe. And so with Elon doing it on the financial end, and then RFK Jr. hopefully we haven't even seen him get going really yet in terms on the health end. How do you see this entire administration and the cabinet helping to root out corruption? Maybe not just so much in government, because we've seen that, but in the health industry and in the food we eat.
Well, they stepped in a big pile of doo-doo, that's for sure. I mean, they didn't walk onto a red carpet. This has been going on for a long time, this corruption. And so it truly is a swamp. And they are in quicksand, a lot of areas, and they are having to really, climb out of it. So it's going to take some patience from all of us. We need to support them completely because it boils down to this, from my opinion, Barry. If you really bring it down to the simplicity, like I was talking yin and yang, if you look at the people that are in the pharmaceutical corporations and in the big, other corporations that they've been trying to just keep everybody sick and make more money off of us because we need more surgeries, we need more drugs, we need more this, more hospitals built, whatever. Instead of looking at what caused it in the first place, what's the root cause, which the other side looks at, it really boils down to what is their intent, what is their agenda, and what is the outcome. And the outcome that I see for all these years have been people getting sicker and sicker, and the statistics back me up. kids are getting sicker, kids are getting more autism, it just goes on and on. And so the whole thing here is there's one side that's really wants to help people, truly. And there's the other side that wants to help themselves and keep themselves with the money. And so when it boils down, that's the simplicity of it. And whose side are you on? And I think we need to support the good side that wants to really help people, wants to get down to basics again, common sense, bring up morals back, God, country, and family. The other side seems to want to tear all those apart. I mean, from what I can see. So we're really dealing with those two situations. And I think that Trump's team, this time he's put together a team that's really going to accomplish that. But like I said, they've got a lot of swamp to walk through, a lot of swamp to drain.
A lot. Now, you were telling us your background, excuse me, being a model, being in Hollywood. A lot of people know my background was in music promotion, concert promotion, things of that nature. So you and I have both seen the ugly, seedy side of entertainment and the media. Everybody sees everything front of stage. Most people don't see things behind the stage. And so you've seen it, I've seen it. What are you thinking when you see the media and how they're trying desperately to attack Trump and now obviously try to smear RFK Jr. and take him down as some sort of nut? I mean, obviously it's choreographed. They know what they're doing. They're very good at it. And I don't think a lot of people really understand how choreographed it is. So what's your take on it?
My take is follow the money always. So who owns these media? Who owns them? What is their intent? What is their agenda? And what is the outcome? So these people, when you get a job in media, you've got to, pull the line for them. They tell you what you can say and what you can't say. And then if you've been educated in left-wing colleges, then you're going to, you're going to spit out that Marxism, and everything that you've been educated. I mean, if people want to really, pull up the Communist Manifesto that Marx wrote, see how many of those points that they've actually gotten in, and they've used the media. They've used all kinds of different areas to, bring that into our government and bring it into our lives. So it's very, it's evil. And you know what, Barry? Most people have a low confront of evil. They don't want to have to deal with it. They like to be an ostrich. Not everybody, but a lot of people. And they, I think more and more people are pulling their head out and wanting to understand. But it takes some confront to do that. And evil is not a happy, go lucky thing to look at. It's nasty. It's dirty. It's bad. So, but I think people are finally going, I can't live like this anymore.
Right.
And as this is encroaching on us all and almost had us, if Trump hadn't stepped up to the plate again and God put his hand on him when he turned to look at that big, beautiful chart, he's there for a reason, I believe. And I think that he's going to expose, when you shine a light, these people are cowards, really, truly, in the end. And so you shine the light of truth on them long enough, they're going to melt and go away finally.
Now, they have spent decades building their fortress of lies, as I would call it, because everything has been misdirection, deception. I'm sure you've got a lot to say about the food pyramid. RFK Jr. has exposed that corruption in the FDA. What are the consequences of Americans today based upon what we've been told for decades?
What are the consequences? Based on what we've been told from everybody or just in general?
The corruption in the FDA.
Oh, from the corruption in the FDA. Oh my gosh. Let me pull out a whole long list here. We've got, we've got all the poisons that have been allowed in there, whether it's in our soils, on our plants, like herbicides, like glyphosates, for instance. That's in Roundup. That's the main ingredient in Roundup. There's actually more toxic chemicals than glyphosate in Roundup, but they don't talk about them. Nobody talks about them because those are the chemicals that make the glyphosate adhere to the roots of the plant, adhere to the plant itself, and go deep into the plant. And so those are embedded in our food supply. They've allowed that. They're toxic chemicals.
Wow.
And so, you know, they've allowed to make children say, "Mommy, mommy, can we have that? Can we have that cereal? That candy is brightly colored, not with beet juice, not with carrot juice. It's brightly covered with toxic chemicals."
Wow.
Okay, synthetic chemicals that are harming our gut, that are harming every organ in our body. They've put food additives in to make the food taste better and to addict us to foods that are fast foods, that are, you know, the microwavable foods in the freezer section, because people don't have time. Pull those out, throw it in the microwave. People don't understand microwaves, and the whole frequency of microwaves changes our cells too. So people really, if you get back, you know, best thing you can do is cook over an open fire out, campfire. That makes the best food, but people aren't going to do that unless they go camping. But, you know, gas stoves that Biden tried to outlaw, that's the best. Electric is not as good as gas. But these things with the FDA, they've allowed all these additives, poisons in our food supply. And the main thing that the FDA has concentrated on, there's a joke, Barry, that says the F is silent in FDA because they never really focused on the food. It's drug administration.
Okay.
That's where all the money went. That's what it supported. That's what got bought off, all the people in the FDA. Let's give you a little money here, give you a lot of money here, close your eyes on this, close your eyes on that. And the food, just everybody. I mean, people kept saying, would you please certify this? Would you please look into this? We think it's toxic. No action on it in food. So we've been eating these toxic things in our food for so long, and it's affecting us. And you can see it in the disease rates. There's your statistics. You can see it in the decline of, you know, kids being able to concentrate, energy in people. I mean, these glyphosates affect our mitochondria. Our mitochondria is where there are little energy factories in our cells. And the glyphosate in Roundup kills off the mitochondria.
Okay,
Hello?
so let me stop you for a second. Glyphosates, is that the word? Like GLY, glyphosates, is that what you're talking about?
Glyphosate.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a chemical that's in Roundup, and it's also found in another herbicide that they use for ponds. I think it's called Pond Master.
Okay.
And so those things are going into our water and our food supply, and they've been poisoning us. And because they're there, our whole area where it is the most important for us, where all our health starts, is our core. That's our gut. And we have what's in there, a little community. And these things that we've been talking about, all these synthetic chemicals and petrochemicals and everything that they've inserted into our foods, those kill off the good bacteria in our gut. Now, we've got a war going on constantly in our gut. And so you've got, as I mentioned earlier, you've got the yeasts and the molds and the funguses. And guess what? When you put in these toxic substances, they thrive in those. The bad guys thrive in those, and they take over our gut, and they cause bloating. They cause the body and the cells to hold on to toxins. So that's where a lot of people have weight from the bloating, from the gases that, you know, like you put yeast in to make bread. What does it do? It makes the bread rise. Yeah, well, everybody's like this now, right?
Okay.
Think about it. So all these toxins are remaining in our body. Our water supply has been inundated with chemicals. And water is what helps carry the toxicity out of our body and carry the nutrients into our cells. Our oxygen, what we're breathing, they've been spraying crap in the skies, you know? And so those heavy metals and everything are going into our bodies as well. And so everything is shutting down and doesn't operate normally with all of this inundation of chemicals and petrochemicals and heavy metals. So the first place that we can be responsible to clean up ourselves is our gut.
Wow.
And to make better choices and not continue to put in foodstuffs that contain these things, get back to eating real food. They did a study. I'll give you a little sidebar here, Barry. They did a study on people that ate all these ultra-processed foods and heavy chemicals on the foods. They changed their diet and went on to organic fruits and vegetables for 6 days, they saw a 70% reduction in the glyphosates that were found in their urine. Wow. 6 days.
Wow. And they told us like certain foods to stay away from and certain foods to eat. What are examples of some of the poisons besides glyphosate that are actually in our food?
Well, again, I can't list all the, I don't hold those in my brain, all the different chemicals. But again, you've got the herbicides, you've got the pesticides being sprayed on our foods, you've got all the petrochemicals that the synthetic colors and flavorings are made from that are inserted in our foods. You've got the stabilizers in our foods that are chemicals and synthetic. Let me tell you, these people, the big people that make our food supply, what are they interested in, Barry? They're interested in keeping that shelf life as long as it can be there.
Mm-hmm.
They don't care if it's good for you to eat. They want it to taste good, so you'll want to eat it. They want it to look good, so you'll want to eat it. And they don't care about the rest. They want long shelf life, so they don't have to move their product fast. And they, I mean, this is an incredibly huge subject that we can spend a lot of time on. But the thing
I have a question for you. I'm going to interject because I'm going to bring it down to people who are watching this who it may be over their heads. You just dawned on me as you're saying this in terms of this food preservation, that the shelf life. What does the Kim Bright shopping list look like, and where does Kim Bright shop?
Great question. Well, I have a little farm, and I grew over 50 vegetables. I'm not doing it now because I'm so busy, but I get at farmers market or directly from organic farmers my food supply as much as I can. Mm-hmm. When I can't get it there, and that includes meat, chicken, and eggs. Okay. And so when I can't get, and I had my own chickens and rooster, but again, I'm gotten so busy, I'm not doing that right now. But I go to the source, and that's what I advise people to do. Go locally and find people and support people that are growing organically, that are growing, the chickens and the meat right. They're not putting in all of these antibiotics and everything else into their feed and all kinds of chemicals into their feed to make them grow faster and to ripen faster. Glyphosate, that's another thing to help foods ripen faster. Right. But where do I shop? I shop at places where I know I can get clean food. I don't shop the whole middle section of stores because that's where all your ultra processed foods are. The aisles that are around the perimeter, that's where your real food is. Okay. So the thing is, you have to wean yourself, start reading labels, wean yourself off of these types of substances. It's hard to call them food because they've been so ultra processed. They might have started as a food, but it's ultra processed. Again, shelf life, flavorings, all this stuff. That's what those companies are concerned with. But, they're profit driven over public safety. There's been such a suppression of natural remedies. And they've also been using these stupid seeds called GMO, genetically modified organisms that had the Roundup actually put in them, that's supposed to help us have bigger and better crops. And so the insects and everything don't get at them. Well, here's the key. If you have healthy soil, the insects won't get into your plants. Same thing in our gut. That's our soil. That's our microbiome. If we have a healthy gut, the bad guys don't flourish and prosper. The good bacteria is flourishing and prospering. And Barry, do you know how much of your immune system's in your gut?
I don't know percentages, but basically where everything that's happening, your digestion, your liver, your kidneys, your pancreas, all that stuff is down there. So probably a lot. 70 to 80% of your immune system is in your gut. Right. And there's a gut-brain axis. There's a gut-skin axis. There's a gut hormone axis. So people that have problems like with brain fog, or they can't think, they're having problems with their cognitive functions. That starts in the gut. Our neurotransmitters, serotonin, our happy hormone, is manufactured in our gut. If we destroy our gut with all of these ultra-processed foods and chemicals,
we're killing off our ability to manufacture our happy hormones that keep us happy. So we go into these mood swings. We have all kinds of problems occurring. Our skin, we see people with skin problems, eczema and different skin conditions and acne in teenagers. It all starts in the gut.
Wow.
So we have to keep our gut healthy. So I make sure, fresh fruit and vegetables that are organic, organic meats, organic dairy, organic butters, organic flours, because they've inundated everything just about with bad stuff. So organic's the way to go. Everybody says, I can't afford organic. Start with one or two things. You've got to break this chain and go out to directly the farmers. It's going to be cheaper for you too. And they'll like your support, and they'll be able to continue to grow more and help more people. But we've got to get back to clean air, clean water, and clean food.
I live in New York. I don't have access to a farm or organic foods. I get what I can here or there. How are people in these, concrete jungles able to eat healthy?
Okay, you can grow a little herb thing in your kitchen window. Or wherever you got a window in New York City. I lived in New York City too for a little while. You can grow some parsley, some basil. Start there. You can, there's things you can grow in very small gardens out on terraces and things in New York. You just have to have the decision in your mind and understanding of why would I do this? And then, make a trip or hook up with some people where once a month somebody goes out to farms and, get some local produce that's organically grown and brings it back. Kind of work together. There's all kinds of ways and all kinds of solutions.
Good.
But we have to start thinking that we can't be so spoiled anymore and think, oh, I can just go down to the grocery store and buy anything I want there because it's all safe and good for me. And it's going to create great health in me and I'm going to just be fine. No, we got to confront the truth of what actually is. It is what it is.
All right, speaking of truth, and we just went through something a couple of years ago, and they convinced and mandated certain people to take the jab, and it didn't tell people that it was basically reconstructing or deconstructing your DNA and this mRNA vaccine. Why is that technology so concerning? Because they didn't tell everybody what they were doing, and now afterwards, people are finding out what was actually in this thing. So why is that technology so concerning to people, or should be so concerning to people?
Well, it should be very concerning because mRNA vaccines mean messenger RNA, ribonucleic acid. That's in everybody's body. Okay, that's how we thrive, and we have DNA and RNA. So this is addressing our RNA, and what that messenger is supposed to do is take it deep within our RNA and plant it there. But they put so much crap in these things, and I don't even want to get into it. We don't have time for all that. But what it did is it caused so much havoc in the body where the blood got thicker and it couldn't transport the nutrients, and it couldn't take away the waste, and people couldn't breathe. Remember, they were putting them on breathing machines, and they couldn't, they had no energy. It was sucking the life out of them because it went in there and it did bad things. And so now they're actually injecting it into meat, thinking it's a great idea to keep the cattle healthy and the chickens and all this and that. No. Again, go back to traditional farming methods. That keeps these animals healthy, just like with us. We have to stay and look at that way. But mRNA vaccines were really harmful, and they knew it. And I believe it was part of population control from the bad side that we were talking about.
Wow.
They want to get rid of. They want to get rid of a lot of us. So. If you can keep them sick and keep them down, they actually make better slaves. So, I'm just speaking the truth here, Barry, from my viewpoint.
So many of us were able to avoid getting this jab. Down here, you and I live in Florida. Thank God for Ron DeSantis and some of those things.
Yes.
But are we still at risk? Are people who didn't do it still at risk?
Oh, yes. Because there are these spike proteins in there. What happens is they shed. And so if you are standing next to somebody and speaking with them and they took the jab, it can come out of their mouth, whether they cough on you, breathe on you, speak on you. Also, you have sex, you can transfer it that way.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so we have to be very vigilant at like what we are allowing to come into our bodies. And we have to ask questions, and don't think everything is good. And so, everyone's been exposed to some degree, and the biggest thing that these things did was disrupt our gut again. It really destroyed people's gut. And so again, when you get that out of balance, what overtakes your body is fungus growth, and the bad bacteria and the viruses. Those flourish. So, this is a problem with these things, these jabs that people took. And if you ask people, they could barely get out of bed. They couldn't breathe. No energy, had aches and pains they couldn't understand why they were having. They couldn't think straight. And yet when they started paying attention and did some things that started helping their gut, that changed.
Yeah. I mean, overall gut health, I've been learning because I played football, and when I was playing football, I was expending so many calories, I could literally eat a horse anything I wanted, and I would still be fine because I was working out 3 times a day between running and lifting weight and everything else. And then as we get older, and you're not lifting weights and running and doing all these different things, you realize the life you had before is not the life you're going to lead anymore. And you mentioned that gut health was responsible for like 72% of your overall well-being. Why is it so critical? Obviously, you got your liver, you got your pancreas, you got your kidneys, and your intestines are down there. What damages the gut that causes problems with that?
Well, again, it goes back to what we're eating, what we're ingesting. And so when you eat bad things, that harm the body, whether it's, overindulging in sugars, or people are eating these artificial sugars thinking that they're helping themselves. That's worse. Eat white sugar. Don't eat these other things. They're chemicals. They alter your cells. They alter your tissues. They cause cancer. And it's been proven. So the whole thing here is you have to pay attention to what you're eating, what you're drinking, and what you're breathing in. And as we age, because these things go in, they cause what's called free radicals. And what that is they damage each individual molecule, and it's missing an atom. And so it bumps around into everybody else trying to steal it away. And it's an aging process. It's kind of like, you leave out something outside and it starts rusting. Well, that's what this is. We're rusting on the inside, and we're aging faster than we have to when we take these things in. And so when you take care of your gut, you're actually doing anti-aging approaches, because that gut, if you don't digest right, if you can't absorb your nutrients, if you're not getting the nutrients you need, the liver suffers, the heart suffers, the brain suffers, the kidneys suffer, the bladder suffers, sex organs suffers, everything suffers, pancreas. Then we have metabolic syndrome, we have obesity, diabetes, heart disease, all comes about from this. The gut is key. The gut is core. That is why I named the company Brightcore. You have to take care of your core. You want a bright core. And you do that by taking care of your core. And we do that in our food supply by paying attention to the core there, which is our soil. You have healthy soil, you have healthy plants. You have healthy plants, you have healthy animals. You have healthy animals, you have healthy people. It's a chain that's connected. So if we're not taking care of the soil, we're ending up eating things that are going to harm us. And not give us the nutrients that all our organs and our tissues and cells need.
So if you've had not even a lifetime, but if you've had a long time of eating bad, and now you say, you know what, I'm going to start eating healthy, and I want to heal whatever damage I've done, and I want to protect my gut in the future. What's the best way to do that?
Well, here's the thing. One of the most important foods that people can eat are fermented foods. And why is that? Fermentation takes a food and it breaks it down. It like pre-digests it.
Mm-hmm.
So you know about yogurt and kefir and traditional societies around the world, they have pickles, homemade pickles, sauerkraut in Germany, homemade. I mean, I grew up making pickles and sauerkraut with my grandmother and homemade. Now, the pickles and the sauerkraut that you get in the jars in the center of the stores, those don't have any live things, good things in them. You have to get it in a refrigerator section.
Okay.
Because all the good probiotics and the good bacteria that fermentation provides in breaking down those substances aren't there. They've been pasteurized out.
Okay.
So you make your own pickles, you make your own, sauerkraut. But the key fermented food that I've found in almost 50 years that I've been doing this is from Korea, and it's called kimchi. Now,
is that the red?
Yes.
It almost looks like
cabbage.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's made with cabbage and shrimp paste and chilies and garlic and ginger and all these other things.
Mm-hmm.
They've been eating this for centuries, Barry, and they have incredible health. They have glowing skin. Their hair is thick and shiny and beautiful because your gut plays a role in the hair and it plays a role in your skin. So you see this, but kimchi is king of fermented foods, and I'll tell you why. It has over 900 different good bacteria called probiotics. Probiotics meaning for life. Antibiotics means against life. When you take antibiotics, you kill off everybody, the bad guys and the good guys. And if you've been on a lot of antibiotics, that's your gut health going down the tubes. So the whole thing is, let's put probiotics back in. Let's build up the good guys. So kimchi has over 900 different strains of probiotics, and it has unique strains you don't find in any other fermented foods or any other food, period. So I concentrated on kimchi and teaching people how to cook or how to make kimchi every day. When I was counseling all these different people, I counseled over 15,000 people on their health through the years. And so a lot of people were like, ooh, Americans, I can't stand this smell. I can't stand this taste. Oh, I got to eat this. I'm not going to do this. So American taste buds are very different than Korean taste buds, especially if you've been eating this and your DNA and RNA has it in there for centuries, right? Ours doesn't. So we decided at Brightcore, let's take the king of fermented foods, the best thing you can take to turn your health around for your gut and start getting healthy again. Because when your gut gets in better order, you stop having these cravings. Your body sends signals to your brain that says, ooh, don't eat that thing. That's got chemicals in it. Don't eat that. Don't eat that. And all of a sudden, and even people that were been smoking and things everything changes when you start to change your diet. So what we decided to do is let's get kimchi in a capsule so they can't taste it, they can't smell it, and they'll take it every day because it's convenient, because Americans are spoiled. And they want an easy route rather than taking, an hour or two to make their own kimchi, and then they got to choke it down because it's, So we came up with an easy way to get this into your diet. And I mean, there's so many studies out there in Korea, because again, this has longevity over there, that show hair grows back, thickness of the hair shaft gets thicker. The follicles actually open up and allow that to happen, where your hair's getting thicker because it's healthy again up there. Your hair starts to get not only thicker, but there's more hair on your head now, filling in bald spots on men. The gut microbiome just flourishes and prospers. The skin prospers. Obesity studies showing they measured the BMI and the waist circumference of people, and also took fecal samples so they could monitor what happened in the gut. And let me tell you, these people took capsules. Everything got better significantly. Waistlines went down. BMI went down. All this taking capsules of kimchi.
Wow. So how does it work? I mean, you're saying it helps your skin quality and your hair. What does it break something down, or is it just? I know you said the probiotics. Is it just literally the probiotic effect that makes it so viable?
No, it also has it speeds up your metabolism. Because some of the ingredients, it has the chilies, the capsaicin in the chilies, and the ginger and the garlic. These are all incredible substances that help speed up our metabolism. But it's the fermenting of it. It's the whole synergistic effect of fermenting these specific things together, and the way that you ferment it and the length of time you ferment it that really affects your gut. And what it does is it gets down in there. And again, you've got like a teeter-totter. You've got your gut so out of balance that your bad guys are up here and your good guys are way down here. And then what it brings it back into the balance. And it puts more good guys in and allows then a normalization of your overall body. Because remember I said gut-brain axis, gut hormone axis, gut skin, gut heart. The gut goes everywhere. Because when you digest everything and you break it down completely, then that's able to go everywhere in your body, nourish your body, and you're getting rid of toxins. It's that's what the function of the gut is, and the liver is to get rid of the bad guys out of the body. But if you've got fatty liver, non-alcoholic fatty liver, the liver can't function right. And if you've got a lot of, guys and even women, the big, huge, we used to call them beer bellies. Well, guess what? Those could be from beer has yeast in it.
Yes.
And yeast keeps making other things, the bad guys grow. Also, yeast in the breads. And then people get full of crap. They don't poop every day. Let's just get real here.
You're talking literally.
I'm literally talking that way. Yeah. So you start taking the kimchi, and you're going to see some changes.
Oh, wow. Okay. My wife lived in Hawaii for like 12 years, and she tried to get me, like you said, the taste buds. I'm like, oh, this tastes horrible. so yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I just remember, she's like, try this. I'm like, oh, never when it smells, and I don't like the. So kimchi in a supplement sounds like it'd be much more palatable for a lot more Americans. Now, are there many other kimchi supplements out there? And if so, what makes the Brightcore Kimchi 1 unique?
We're the first. When I started this company almost 29 years ago, I brought out a supplement that's incredible too called sweet wheat organic wheatgrass juice. And we were the first to do that. So we're the first to bring out kimchi. And nobody else has it. We're the and we've had it out there. Let me give you a couple of incredible stories. I mean, we hear stories every day. People call in. They order this because they've seen the change in their daughter or their son or their mother or their father or friend or this or that. They've seen their skin start to glow. They've seen the hair change. They've seen the digestion change. They see them sleeping better. All these things they have more energy. Things are starting to change in these people, and they see it and they feel it. But there's one here where I started taking the kimchi after dealing with lingering digestive issues and brain fog that I suspect were related to shedding, which we talked about earlier. Not only has my gut health improved dramatically, but I also feel sharper in my brain and able to focus, and I am definitely more energetic. This product truly supports the body in ways that I had no idea and didn't expect. And then we have another one here where I had unusual muscle aches and fatigue after getting vaccinated. After starting Kimchi 1, I felt a noticeable improvement in my energy and physical comfort. I am so thankful for this product because I made that unfortunate decision to get the COVID vaccine. This is another one. After months of trying to manage strange lingering symptoms on my own, Kimchi 1 is the only thing that provided the balance that my body needed. My digestion, my energy, my mood completely changed.
Wow. That's interesting. Very interesting. I mean, I have, it's funny you talk about gut health and everything. Yesterday I had to go get a cortisone shot because I have football knees. And at my age, just even sitting in this chair for hours at a time, it wreaks havoc on your muscles and your body. So I understand full well now the different kind of things you have to do to keep yourself healthy, especially as you age. So if somebody
you
wanted
need some of our collagen, Barry. Collagen for your knees and your ligaments and your tendons, because your bones are made 90% of collagen. Most people don't know that. You need our collagen, Revive Collagen. That's another show.
I was going to ask you. That's exactly where I was going to go, because I'm like, so what else do you have in the repertoire? And that's exactly where I was going to go. So Kim, thanks for your time. But I want to know, do you have anything special that we could offer, the Fanfare family if they wanted to try the Kimchi One?
Yes, I do. You can get 25% off your order of Kimchi One. We call it Kimchi One today using the code Barry. And what they do is they go to mybrightcore.com/Barry, and you'll get 25% off your order. But what we really like people to do is to call us, because I'm an educator. That's why I started this whole thing. I had to educate myself and I had to educate others and to help them. And so we like people to call in 888-418-6738. That's 888-418-6738. Because that way we can help you. We can, talk to you and make sure this is right for you and, get to know you. And I think people these days really appreciate that one-on-one rather than, doing it by text or doing it, online or whatever. But it's up to everybody how they want to do it. But here's the other thing. When you call, not only do you get to talk to us, but we're going to give you up to 50% off of your order.
Very nice.
And free shipping and a free bottle of vitamin D3, which is so important for overall health. And so call in 888-418-6738, and you'll get a great deal with that. And really start, that's the great start that, everybody needs to start putting that balance back into the body, the overall body. They're going to see incredible results and, start to put your foot on that path of health.
Well, Kim, sorry, I didn't mean to take up so much of your time, but as we're starting to talk about being healthy, I want to make sure everybody can get as much information as possible. So thank you for taking 45 minutes or however long it was. Most people won't sit for that long, so I greatly appreciate all your time today.
Well, I greatly appreciate you and how you're helping people and how you're bringing the truth to people. And I hope you'll have me back. And I just enjoy educating people.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. God bless you.
All right, everybody. That was Kim Bright from Brightcore. I'm going to be right back. I do things different, as you can tell on my show, than maybe a lot of other people do. A lot of people work with sponsors. A lot of people have people that want to push things. And I try to make sure, and you've seen it with my gold people at Lear Capital, Kim with Brightcore. I'm like, listen, I want to give value. I want people to understand what you know, how you can help them. If you're not interested in helping the people and you just want to sell something, then for the most part, you're not going to be able to work with me. And so when I was talking to Kim, and yeah, it went a lot longer than I even thought it would go. A lot of the questions I ask people are intrinsic. I'm like, I want to know. I'm getting older. I want to stay here for some time. I want to spend time with the grandkids. I want to make sure life is enjoyable, as President Trump said. And so I'm like, yeah, let's talk and tell me stuff. And like, gut health. Okay, I get it. My digestive tract works fine. A lot of women don't have that. They have problem pooping. God, thank you. I don't have that problem. But, we all have different kind of plumbing. We all have different kind of joints and joint pain and back pain and everything else. And if you don't, you're consider yourself lucky. very lucky. So I want to be able to talk politics, talk news, talk finance, I got a big announcement finance-wise, and then talk health as well. And if people start talking about different things and then they have a product, it's up to you whether you want to do it. I know some of you guys said you wanted to basically see if I could cut this interview. It was 40 minutes. So I'll cut it probably into 2 or 3, and I'll put them into the X group so you guys can see it. Because it gives you a chance to watch it over again and garner some of the knowledge that she was talking about. I mean, there's obviously, and we're just finding out now, that there's been an attack on the nutrition of America. But perhaps more than an attack, it's actually a war happening right now. And it's probably not where you think. It's down here in our guts because of everything we've ingested for decades. I know, I've been bad myself. And it's a battle between good and bad bacteria, which I never knew about, and it can determine your overall health. Kimchi One from Brightcore Nutrition is the fermented, as you heard, is really important superfood your body needs to arm the good guys with the right weapons to defeat the bad actors once and for all. Containing over 900 strains of beneficial bacteria in each capsule. Kimchi One supports healthy digestion, fortifies your immune system, and helps detoxify your body. Kimchi has also been shown to reduce risk of obesity and promote smaller waistlines by curbing appetite and naturally boosting your metabolism. For those of you who are younger right now and you think you're bulletproof and nothing can stop you and you can eat whatever you want, you're going to hit a wall. And that wall is called metabolism. You're like, I can eat anything I want. I'm running around. And all of a sudden, why am I gaining weight? I'm eating the same stuff I used to. Yeah, you can't. You can't. Everyone, I've told you many times about my blueberry muffin. I can't eat blueberry muffins anymore. But if you want to keep your metabolism and your gut healthy, today you can get an exclusive offer by clicking the link below in the description. Just use the code LASTCALL for 25% off your entire order. Or go to brightcore.com/Barry and use the code Barry. Or for an even better deal, call my friends, which is different than a lot of people do. Actually, call Kim. Call Brightcore for up to 50% off your order and free shipping. Give them a call now at 888-418-6738. And as she said, she prefers telephone calls. So I would definitely do that. 888-418-6738. So before we go, and I know today's been a long show, 3.5 hours, but as part of doing things differently, I talked to you earlier about the financial literacy stuff, which is going to segue into what's happening next week. You saw Scott Bessent, and Scott Bessent has now, I guess it's called now, Financial Literacy Month. I don't know if that's April or going into May. The U.S. Treasury is encouraging Americans to learn, save, invest, and define goals that will help unlock a better future, however long that future may be. Because financial literacy is the key to financial freedom. He's excited to continue spreading the word on financial literacy with students across the country through TPUSA, Charlie Kirk's organization. I don't think you need to be a student. Anybody can learn at any age. And then Charlie had posted this, and it says he's honored to be hosting Scott Bessent for a virtual town hall to address thousands of TPUSA chapters all across the country as a part of Financial Literacy Month. The Gen Z is hungry for a vision of opportunity and the American dream, and that begins with knowledge. And I just don't think it's confined to Gen Z. I think all of us, even me, we all can continue to grow. I never want to be that person who says they know it all. And if Scott Bessent is talking, I'm pretty sure this guy's a billionaire who can impart some knowledge onto you. So you might want to tune in. So he's going to be doing an event, and it looks like this event is going to be next Monday at 7 p.m. So if and I'm going to have to hit up Charlie's people. If that is going to be streamed or broadcast, then I'm going to go out and simulcast it here, and we can talk amongst ourselves and hear what Scott Besson has to say. But earlier in that day, I believe Ashley has them ready for 2 o'clock or so. Let me just check real quick. Earlier in the day, because that's 7 p.m., let me just make sure. I'm sorry, I don't want to give you the wrong information. So earlier in the day at 2:30 on Monday, I'll be talking with Stephen Moore. So if you guys don't know who Stephen Moore is, he worked with the Trump 1.0, was a financial advisor. He's on Fox all the time, was involved with the Treasury. So that's going to be a perfect day for financial literacy. And then I'm going to see if maybe Kevin Demerit can come on with an interview. Remember, he's the founder of Lear Capital, so we can have an entire day talking about financial literacy. I'll see if I can get my old boss to come on. He's an investor, and maybe I'll reach out to a few other people. Maybe Peter St. Onge would be a good guest. Ashley, Peter St. Onge on Monday, and then spend a whole day. Forget all the BS that's going on out there, and let's talk financial literacy. I hope you guys would enjoy that. So I'm going to try and put together an entire day of talking about finances, and you'll get to talk to people that you wouldn't normally get to hear from. That's what I'm going to try and say. You're not going to be able to talk one-on-one normally with somebody like Stephen Moore. Obviously, with Charlie Kirk doing this with Scott Besant, and I'm going to see if I can line up a couple other people, some big hitters. These are people you don't ordinarily get to hear from. And I'm going to use my Rolodex and see if I can't reach out to a few people as well. I would need you guys in the comments and to let me know if that's going to be okay, if that's something you would like. I can guarantee you this is the kind of stuff that you guys do not hear from other people. Somebody asked about the enemy within. I'm still waiting to hear back in terms of being able to broadcast that without a problem. Angela says she would love that. And then you can tell your friends and tune in, because I've looked around. Nobody talks about this stuff. Nobody talks about money. It's like taboo. Oh, don't want to talk about money. People might get mad. No, we're going to talk about money. We're gonna roll up our sleeves, and we're going to get into money next Monday. And I hope you guys want to be here. I will need to be educated. Yeah, and remember, education is only one part. You see, that's a problem with schools today. Education is one part of things. What's the other part? What's the other part that you need to succeed that goes beyond education? Many people in school are never taught it. You see, education without aggressive action leaves you in the same place you are right now. You can read any book, you can go through anything, but if you don't take aggressive action based upon what you learn, you don't move a single step. And that's the problem with education in our school system. They can preach at you all day, they can tell you stuff, but they never close it with, well, you got to do something now. It's sort of like going on a diet. And you can tell anybody, hey, Barry, you cannot eat blueberry muffins anymore. Why not? Barry, you can't eat this stuff. You can't drink soda. Why not? Until Barry decides, all right, I'm not going to eat the blueberry muffin. Doesn't matter what education I have. Hey, man, sugar's bad. Refined foods are bad. You can't eat this stuff. I knew it all. I got the information. But you got to act. You got to do something. So I can't have people come in here from a financial perspective and telling you, hey, here's what you can do with real estate. Here's what you can do with this. Here's what you can do with gold. If you don't do anything, you got to do it. I'm going to see, Ashley, I'll talk to you after. I'm going to see if I can get Cody Sanchez on. Cody is a woman, young woman, probably, I don't even know how old she is, maybe 30-ish. Owns a whole bunch of businesses, invests millions. Let's talk. Let's maybe Monday we just go straight through. Maybe we don't even stop on Monday. We don't do two shows. We just go straight through, just line people up one after the other. You bring your pencils, you bring your recordings, and we just go to town showing you financial literacy. I'll commit. Let me see if I can get everybody else in. Education without application is like no education at all. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, everybody. We've been here for going on 3.5 hours. I'm going to go get something healthy to eat. And we're going to get back here this evening and see what people have been doing in the world since we've been on here for 3.5 hours. We'll have a good show tonight. Just some clips. We'll do some news. I hope you like the new format where I'm chopping things up and doing things. I tell you what, it made it too easy for me. Normally I figure out, hey, listen, I can do this and I'll talk about this. But now that I'm segmented and like, okay, here's segment 1, here's segment 2, here's segment 3. I'm like, I can just keep going with segments. It's crazy. But before I go, let me talk to you about something a lot of you guys have purchased and you have enjoyed. And that's, where is it? That's this thing. And this is the giant Trump blanket. Let me just put it in. There it is. It's huge. President Trump. That's what it looks like. It's a very large blanket. Let me see if I should turn it this way so you can see the seal. Where's the seal? Yep. Now the eagle's upside down. Let me turn it this way. And you can see the seal where it says President of the United States. And you can see the eagle. Eagle flies. And I'll turn it this way. Well, I've done the whole flipping of this blanket so you guys can see E pluribus unum. And you can see where it says Donald Trump up at the top there. All right. How do you get one? Well, just click on the QR code right here on the screen. Patriot Addict is making this exclusive release just for you guys here in the Fanfare family. For limited time only, they're giving away these Trump presidential blankets for free. No hidden charges, no recurring fees, none of that. Just cover a small shipping fee and it's yours. The blanket is gorgeous. I can agree. It is thick. I can agree. Warm. I can definitely agree. And decked out with patriotic pride. Just imagine wrapping yourself under the air conditioning or after swimming and putting this on. It's worse. It's awesome. It's more than a blanket. It's a bold symbol of America's comeback and real leadership. Patriot Addict is doing this to show their support for Trump in these challenging times and to make room in their warehouse so we can keep bringing you more stuff. But this offer is only available for Fanfare viewers. Click the QR code right there. They're moving fast. Don't wait. Scan the QR code to claim your Trump blanket before they're all gone. QR code's right there. Am I looking at myself? Yep. Boom. There it is right there. All right, everybody. Get your blanket. See you back here at about 7:30. I'll post it in the group. Oh, by the way, in the group, I don't know what's going on X. Sometimes you have to refresh before it lets you in. That's not on our end. I don't know what the heck's going on with X. Some of the problems that they've been having. But nonetheless, I will post in the group like an hour beforehand. Let me get something to eat, kiss the wife, do some editing, and I'll see you guys in a little while. Oops. Been so long, I forgot. I didn't acknowledge the super chats. I must do that. My bad. I am so I had to come back into present time, and let's go ahead and do that. I don't like to forget those and don't want anyone to think I'm not completely appreciative of this. So, my bad. I'll put the after party back on after we do this. And here we go. And I think you guys can all see it at this point. All right. So, yes, I can see it. All right. Like Senator Kennedy said, let her speak. I say send all the Democrats to El Salvador and apologize to Bukele for his troubles. Party Dog, do not use the word of God to get your point across. Tinley, if Maryland Man could come back here, bet there will be caravans after caravans, flights after flights, crossing the borders again. Far Isle, their agenda has quicksand. Their universities promote feminism over family, career over kids. They remove them, and if we block importing Dems, they are the architects of their own demise. I agree. Hey, Joy, thank you. That's why I don't carry a purse. It's in my back pocket. And if they get that close, they're too close. Karate choppy. G-Mark, a retired vet and law enforcement officer. I've done lots of security. This is an inside job. Someone needs to get fired. Sturgis bikers would do a better job protecting someone. It's outrageous that someone was close enough to get her pocketbook. Donna, thank you. We need to make Van Hollen return the money he stole. It's wasteful spending. We didn't want him to. It was unlawfully interfered with national security. Agreed. Just another knucklehead. Just looked it up. Income is limited to about $1,800 per month if you go on Social Security. However, investment earning does not count as income. Why do people not know that? What? Thank you, knucklehead, for doing that. Leviv de Souza, thank you. Gen V. The Catholic Church was infiltrated more than 100 years ago by communists. Read The Devil and the Bella Dodd. Similarly, Saul Alinsky left has used those tactics to erode Christianity from within. I hope they install a very conservative new pope. Sandra JG, Christians are told to turn the other cheek. That was for religious persecution, not response to possible bodily attack. Perfect. Tommy, I hope you're feeling much better. How did Senator Van Stupid get congressional approval for his trip from a Republican-controlled House and Senate? What the heck? Feeling better. Glad to hear you're feeling better, Tommy. Christina Mozart, yesterday was a day of firsts. First time for communion in a church. Wow. First time in a choir in church. Oh, wow, you're going all the way. First time testifying in church. First time baptism. I gotta give the applause for that. Wow. You are awesome. Congratulations. Maximus, Barry, I'm sure you have plenty of help if needed, but just throwing it out there, if you ever need protection for any reason, I'm certified in dignitary protection, 33 years as a police officer. Where are you, Maximus? I thought you were California. Yeah, let me know. Granny sees it. Barry, being unable to collect SSDI was the best blessing ever. I was a self-employed stay-at-home mom for 30 years. It kept me from becoming dependent on the government handouts and makes me think creatively. Best blessing ever. Salute. Job for 9. Please interview Winsome Earl Sears. Is that the woman who's going to take Glenn Youngkin's place? I'm going to have to look that up. I believe that's who that is, Winsome Earl Sears. But yeah, let me just double check who that is. I believe that's who she is. Yes, she's the woman who's going to be taking, hopefully taking Glenn Youngkin's spot. All right, so back to the after party. Thank you very much. I didn't want to forget those. Thank you very much.
you.